All right, well, might as well go ahead and get started. Let's see, I did have one follow-up this week from some discussion several weeks back. There was a bug where some of our hosted content had disappeared. I think it was in an S3 bucket and had stopped working. So things like the skeleton.zip examples had disappeared. I think that's fixed now. So if anybody wants to try to use that stuff again, and let us know if there's a problem. I think that should be okay now. Yeah. Okay, good. Other than that, just plugging along with the usual stuff. The Bakes on Mesh project is, I think, approaching the point of getting some internal testing against the resolution limit increase. So that's a viewer change and a bake service change. So that'll be getting looked at on the development grids pretty soon, and if all goes well, working its way up the ladder to actual visibility at some point. Other than that, still working on animated objects. We've been getting the wireframe stuff and the selections to work correctly. Doing some testing on things like region crossings. I think one question we've had on those is whether you can sit on these animated objects. Basically, you can. There's not any special restriction on that. The catch is that if the thing is animated, then your sit point isn't also getting animated. So unless the object is actually sort of designed to keep the sit area stationary relative to the object, you're going to get kind of weird effects where the object will kind of shimmy out from underneath you or something. Yeah, we've got bug 100864, which is still we still might look into something in that category, but it's not likely to be going in the initial project viewer. Don't have anything along those lines yet. I am hoping to get, unless there are any major snags, I am hoping to get the animated objects as attachments working. That seems like kind of a basic use case, since everyone's going to want to do that with pets and such. But haven't done very much with that so far. It's still to be worked on. Yeah, okay, I think that would be a problem if you wanted to have like a mounted rider. There is a proposal. Lucia posted the link for it to allow sort of more complex ways of synchronizing avatars with animated objects, and so that's that's still up for discussion. But in the current work, it's not in there yet. Hey, I don't tell people how to use them. Question about how physics will work. It basically should work the same way that it works with non-animated objects today, but we haven't really looked at it much so far. the rigged meshes themselves aren't physical in the sense that the motion that your avatar goes through when you're animating your skeleton doesn't collide with things and doesn't trigger physical events. Yeah. So anyway, we're I guess basically an open Q&A here. If anybody has questions or wants to toss out ideas, we can talk about it. If they don't, we can have a short meeting, whatever works for you guys. Yeah, I'm not betting on a short meeting. We haven't had any lately. Let's see. There's a question about with animated mesh, can we scale? We're not going to have support for scaling by sliders, if that's what you mean. Supporting things like sliders is something that I'm hoping we'll be looking at in a follow-on project, but it's not part of the initial animated objects release. One thing I'm kind of hoping we can find a consistent way to implement is allowing scaling based on the scale of the object itself, so that you could make like 3 different sizes of the same rigged mesh object, and then they would kind of scale to, then the skeleton would kind of scale to match. That's not anything that happens sort of automatically, because right now, basically everything is driven by the skeleton rather than by the mesh. So, the skeleton kind of is the size that it is unless you change it using joint positions. So that means that things don't tend to, the scale of the original object basically gets thrown away when you start doing rigging with it. I think there are ways that we could potentially do that, but it needs to work in a kind of a consistent and predictable way. So I think we still need to do a bit of tweaking on that before it can really be a viable feature. Yeah, the whole business with body shapes it gets into a much larger project. To really get that to work right, you need to have some equivalent to the current outfit folder for animated objects, which means that you need to be able to take, shapes, wearables, and things, run them to the baking service, use that to produce the slider values, also use that to produce the bakes, then apply the bakes onto the mesh, which requires the bakes on mesh project to be done, and so forth and so on. So I think that's all really good stuff, and I think that we will do that at some point, but I don't think that that's definitely not part of the initial kind of minimum feature spec for just getting objects animated in the first place. So it's we're not rejecting doing it, but it's not coming with the first batch of changes. I'm not sure what you mean by who only has the basic skeleton, Lucia. Yeah, you do have the full bento skeleton, so you've got the full set of bones, and you have the ability to support joint position. So that stuff all carries over sort of from an avatar into an Animesh very very simply. The part that you don't have right away is the body shape stuff, which is kind of part of the follow on. Yeah, well, as we've said, Lucia, as we've said, the initial purpose of this first uh, project is just to get the ability to do animations on objects at all. I think the most useful use cases for this initial stuff is going to be for things like pets, where you're not trying to match, a set of human-related parameters. It doesn't get you all the way to full NPCs, and that's a follow-on project. If we have to wait until the Bakes on Mesh project is done, which we kind of would, plus some additional extensions to do baking of objects, you're definitely looking at a much longer time horizon for getting anything. And really the goal here is to have something that you can iterate on. If there's, if we're just talking about kind of features for a couple of years before anything is ever actually out there to test, then there's a much greater risk that stuff just doesn't work the way we intend. We're not really meeting the right feature set, and there's also just the fact that nobody can use it for that much longer. So we're not trying to do a full implementation of everything in the first pass.
Come? Aspetto, certo. Ah, yes. Yes, sorry.
Whirly, I don't know any reason that Axon would fail to build. That's what I'm using for my viewer builds. However, it's not going to be useful to you unless you're in a region that supports the sim side extensions. The whole business of animating objects requires a new message to be sent from the server, and so it's not going to do anything until you're in a region that knows how to send those messages. Questions about land impact. We're aware of the issues. We don't have any land impact calculations related to animated objects yet. What we'll probably wind up doing for that is, when we go to Project Viewer, we will have some kind of placeholder value where we just, we make up some land impact value just so that we can verify that, things are getting charged differently for animated meshes, and then, in terms of tweaking what the actual land impact calculation should be, be refining that more through testing and through feedback as more people create content and test it, you know, run it through its paces in our test regions. It could be as simple as, well, you pay an extra however much for an animated object in the land impact, but if the performance numbers tell us we need to do something more complicated, then we'll, as you know, we're not afraid of doing things that are complicated. Let's see. Beck asks, can I double check what you've said so far? An animesh does not affect the bounding box, but you can use an animation to alter the scale of a mesh. Well, I mean, there is, I think, some kind of a residual hack that lets people do some kinds of scale-related effects in animations, but that's not actually intentional. When I was talking about trying to have scales for objects, I was talking about just having a static scale based on the scale of the originally thing that's being rigged. So you could make a large cat and a small cat and turn them both into rigged objects. Then they would animated objects. Then they would continue to be different sizes when they were animated. But if we do that, then we would want the bounding box to actually correspond to that. It's not intended to be a workaround to let the bounding box be different. So yeah, the line impact should represent the actual visible scale of the object. I know there's already some issues with that today, among other things. Various issues related to LODs and bounding boxes, but the intent would be that it actually does correspond.
Is there any word on animating or rigging attachment points to two attachment points?
In what context?
Well, you said that at one of the last meetings that they weren't in sync. How the server treats it and how the viewer treats it are different.
I mean, there's attachment points two different ways, right? There's being able to attach an animated object to an avatar's attachment point, right? And then there's going the other way, basically being able to attach, avatars or static objects to attachment points of the animated objects themselves. The piece of that we're going to be looking at first is being able to support animated objects as attachments. So you can have a dancing squirrel on your head or something like that, which I'm sure is the main application people are interested in. But the being able to do it the other way around is going to require a more more complicated process to look into, and so far we haven't done anything new with that.
Well, that's all good to know, but I was talking more about what we can do now. I know that before I've said that I'm not really for allowing us to rig two attachment points like people were doing in the past before Bento. But as I've been doing more work with accessories and things for this cat, it seems like the only real proper way to rig an attachment.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about rigging to attachment points. I think what we concluded there was that there's just a bug in our viewer that's prohibiting rigging to attachment points, but that the simulator allows it so that if you're uploading from Firestorm, it'll work. But what's the application area where you're needing to where you find yourself needing to rig to attachment points in a fresh out of the box design?
Well, any time, it always comes down to where the object is going to sit. So there's situations where you might want something in your hand, but then you might also want it to animate, and you have to know the default position in an attachment point is perfect for being in that hand or wherever the attachment point is. So it's just that when you're animating, you know where the object actually is relative to some other part. So that's what it really comes down to. And yes, you could, a creator could not rig it and just, attach it in Second Life like you would attach anything, which is fine for many cases. But I find that a lot of these larger companies that want to have a little bit more control over their products, rigging is a better option because then the customer can't do anything else with it.
Yeah.
And it attaches right where it needs to be. You don't have to guess which point or anything.
Yeah, I see. I think, both because there are legitimate uses for this and because there's, legacy content that people want to be able to continue to update, it probably does make sense to continue to support rigging to attachment points. The usage here that I'm most concerned with, but it's really up to the individual designers, whether they go along with this, is that if you treat the attachment points as just kind of free-floating bones that can go anywhere, then it makes them sort of not useful as attachment points. And that was kind of how rigging to attachment points was originally being used. But yeah, at this point, basically the fact that we don't allow that to be uploaded is just a bug. I've got it on the list of things to fix for the for the animated objects project, and so we'll be fixing that, and you will be able to upload meshes that are rigged to attachment points.
Yeah, I know. Originally, I was very much against it, but for very much the same reason that you were talking about. But now that I'm playing, normally I'm not making a lot of attachments or toys and stuff for my creatures, and I did have to do it for this, and it just makes a lot more sense to rig it to the attachment point versus.
Yeah, well, it's a legit thing to do.
Do something weird with it,
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a legit thing to do. If you have to use Firestorm to upload it for now, that's fine. But we will try to get that fixed so that the behavior is consistent on our viewer as well. There's a question about releasing dev kits for the default mesh avatars. Not that I'm aware of. I'm not really involved in creating those, so it's a thing that makes sense to bring up, but I don't have any particular knowledge of anything along those lines right now. You're talking about the starter avatars that you can pick when you first log in, or by going to the avatar chooser, right?
Right. It's just, I always thought it was a little strange that we're offering mesh services like, hey, you can create this with mesh, you can make mesh avatars, but there's no real example on how to build on these avatars aside from having people go buy it from somebody else and then hope they get the dev kit from that. So I tried to look at, maybe we can use the default avatars that come with this that are like in the library or so. And not only do they not have a dev kit, but they're not even mod. I just don't think that that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I would like to see us have more sample content, dev kits to help people get started, because, the barrier to entry here is as you guys all know, is super high. You have to learn a lot, and jump through a lot of hoops to successfully do stuff.
Well, wait.
Obviously it's better for everybody if it's easier to to learn how to do that and to have some kind of good examples to start out from.
Yeah, exactly. And Topo, even back in the day when they had free avatars with the like legacy stuff, they had free hair and textures and stuff in there for you to learn how to do stuff with. That's what the library was for. At least that's what my understanding is.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that the dev kit would probably be more useful than having modifiable objects, and I don't know the kind of policy decision behind wanting things to be no mod. I know that they decided to make the shapes modify because, of course, you have to have that to do any kind of appearance editing at all. Um,
Yeah, but you can't create if you don't know how to, or they don't give you an example to do. It's like, hey, go bake that cake, but you got to go and buy the materials and look it up yourself rather than saying, hey, here's some materials. Go now, you can see how the cake is made and make one yourself. You know.
Problem with doing that is that you would end up with a lot more people creating, but if all they had was a basic tutorial and then thought that's all they needed, they could end up just flooding the market with utter garbage.
Well, at least it
Ended
gives
up
them a
being
chance to
particularly
start.
laggy.
Though. I don't think that's fair to be like, well, if we're going to flood it with garbage. At least it's getting them to go
Well, no,
and
it's
create,
just,
and it's like a starting point.
It was just an example. If you set in the gate too low, like not even not sort of giving out guidelines for sort of what is good, what isn't good. What might be useful is sort of like a best practices thing. So what works well in Second Life, what doesn't work well. Because
Probably would be
tutorials for creating, there's already better tutorials than anything they're going to come out with on YouTube already.
It does kind of seem like it would be a good idea to have, like, on the texture uploader screen, have a link to just, like, a web page that says best practices and that type of stuff, because I know I used to upload 2048 textures all the time.
I didn't even know you couldn't use 4K textures until recently.
Yeah, getting best practices better understood. I think is a challenge. I mean, it's hard to mix the just basic documentation for okay, these are the controls, this is what they do with sort of more complicated presentations of best practices. But
That's what we were saying with the whole.
If we could make that sort of thing more discoverable and better documented, that would be a big win.
Maybe make it so you can't upload anything until you've gone through a bit of a tutorial area.
Oh no! Don't start that
So-
crap. That's what we do with Mesh. God, I hate that stupid tutorial. Just let me upload it.
Yeah, it would be a pain in the ass for anyone who already knows how to do it, but it would kind of it'd help people a lot who don't already know what they're doing. If they go through a tutorial, it's like, this is a good thing, this is a bad thing. Don't do this, do the other one. That kind of thing. Sort of how the cost is calculated as well would be useful.
Exactly.
No, they'd have
it
to,
would
like-
be like that. Click, ignore. Yes, no. We're done. Upload. And then people are going to still do what they want to do. So that's kind of a waste. Yeah, then your alt has to go through that quiz again. See? Annoying. I'm just saying there should be... We already have the resource here. It's free. Why not offer a kit for it so you can further customize that free avatar? That's all I want. Nothing else. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if we can't have the dev kits for it, can we at least make it mod? I'm sure somebody would do like we did with the default system avatars and create a skin sheet for it, and then it would just go on from there. Like, jeez, it's not like you're losing money to make it. Now, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's kind of hard to say that, like, you want to go bake a cake, then learn. And when you come into a game that says, hey, come here, make all kinds of cakes. And you're like, okay, let's make that cake. And here's a cake that you can have, but we're not going to tell you you can't modify this cake. Or we don't give you the file so you can see how this cake is made. No, how to make this cake. No, you can't edit the default mesh. Which is absolutely ridiculous. Especially since it's already free. I mean, it's not like you're losing money off of it. Which has been you guys' main argument. Like, I don't want to offer it mod, I'm going to lose money. No, it's already free. So, what's the problem? Was there any way Linden Labs can possibly throw out a, I don't know, bulletin? Hey, creators, we want to create a brand new mesh avatar so everybody can learn how to do this thing. Is there anybody that want to donate their time or creation skills here to help us create a brand new avatar? Yeah, of course, because everybody goes by money. So if it's not getting paid, who cares about progress or anybody else? It's just easier for us to complain about it and see why people are doing things wrong.
Matchmakers make it reasonable to replace the textures.
Yeah, well, yeah, whatever, whatever the merits of modifiability, it should be the case that the Bakes on Mesh lets you make, more efficient content, and it, of course, being able to do Bakes on Mesh also gives you the ability to, extend the texturing of objects, modify permissions for, right? You say, okay, well, I'm wearing this shirt. Now that shirt is appearing as part of your baked texture that appears on that mesh. Even though you didn't actually modify the mesh itself. So, I think it should simplify, appearance changes for mesh objects as well. All right, we had a lot of scrolling going on while we were talking. Did I miss anybody's question? Feel free to pop here again, and I'll respond to anybody I haven't responded to yet.
I have a question going back to Animesh. It's just a quick one. I'm wondering about its. I've heard about everybody obviously saying, I want to make a cat, I want to make a squirrel. I'm curious about its potential for game design in worlds. Say, obviously we could do NPCs, but could we do, say, spell abilities where you'd have chains that bend and wrap around and warp around people, or could we use it to make the environment more interactable? With, say, if a wall gets hit, it kind of bends and warps out of shape and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Certainly, part of the motivation behind this was being able to make more interactive environments. You could certainly, it would certainly be easy to have something like you put a bird up in a tree, or you have the tree itself, waving its limbs around, or something like that, and add that kind of motion. Some of those things are more complicated, like if you want chains that are going to, kind of follow along with someone's body or whatever, since our animated objects don't really, you can't do anything sort of super complicated with, draping clothing or having things maintaining contact in a kind of a complex way. So I think you're certainly going to run into some limitations there, but certainly you can have features of the scenery that are animated objects and that can do their can then play animations, causing various kinds of motions to happen.
Is there going to be any limit to the number of animated objects the person can put out in a sim, or will that be pretty much unlimited?
Yeah, well, there will certainly be limits. We don't know what they are yet. We really have to get better data on the performance impact to know what's reasonable. But clearly an animated object is imposing more of a load than a static object.
But would it be imposing more of a load than, say, a script-animated prim object doing the same thing?
It probably depends on the object, and we'd have to look at it, kind of item by item, and try to come up with something reasonable. Basically we have to be guided by, the performance aspect, and there's various possible hooks that we could have for, for tweaking this. You can adjust the land impact. You could have a specific limit for, for animated objects per person. You could have a specific limit for, number of animated objects attached to an avatar. Certainly it's going to affect the avatar rendering cost if it's attached to an avatar. So there's various pieces that we have to come up with something, that's at least reasonable, to avoid kind of a runaway population problem.
Yeah, I suppose it would be a bit of a problem if everyone's running around with an entire army of animated objects behind them.
Yeah, you really can't have a 12-person posse accompanying everybody as they go around. There's also a question about imposters. I think we're going to want to get imposters working. I haven't looked at it yet. So in the current prototype, there's no impostering, but that is a performance tweak that we have available for avatars, and it probably makes sense to have it for for Animesh as well. Well, it's growing on me.
I did have a question, and forgive me if, I know we've talked about this a number of times in the past, but getting back to Bento and expressions that get triggered, I still don't quite understand if we can override, choose a new animation for our walks. Why can't we choose a new animation for our frowns or smiles? Why can't it work the exact same way as our AO stuff?
Yeah, I mean, the limitation right now is that the animation overrides are being applied at the system level based on the locomotion graph that's managed by the simulator, right? So the simulator knows whether you're, walking or running or flying or a few other things, and then based on that, it says, oh, well, you're supposed to be playing, this animation. You're supposed to be playing the walk animation or the run animation or whatever. And so the AO substitutes something else at that level. So it says, well, if you decide I'm supposed to be running, instead of playing this one animation, play this other animation instead. Now, with something like frowning, the system doesn't know that you're frowning, right? It knows that you said, I want to play, an animation with this particular ID or whatever, but it doesn't know that that's a frown animation, so it doesn't have the ability to swap it with something else. One of the extensions we've talked about for animations is, and I think we've probably talked about this in previous meetings, was to add the notion of kind of user-defined state. So you could say, well, okay, there is such a thing as a frowning state, and when I'm in it, I want to be playing this animation, and then, then whenever you say, okay, I'm frowning, then it's going to play whatever animation has been associated with that. That's, excuse me a second. That's something that it would definitely be possible to do, and I think when we get to the stage of doing some animation extensions, that's one of the things we're going to want to look at, but it's just not something that we have the capability to do yet.
So that's what it is. It's not like a running state that gets updated. And that's why default frown or smiling animation, that trigger can't work the same way. So that's what you're saying. But we can make it work that way, you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are ways to get the same effects with other kinds of state besides the pieces that the simulator already knows about, but we just don't have the hooks for it yet.
So let me get this right, if I understand this. So currently, a couch or something, or anything you would sit on, anything someone would make, let's say it calls a default smile or something, the system that you're describing could take that existing couch and swap out the animation. Well, I'm just saying that there are people want things to automatically work, so, and there are already existing things out there that call these specific animations that are default Second Life animations. They're not specifically states like walking or standing would be, but if we use those specific animations or default animations, just use their wording and change that within the system, then it...
Yeah, I mean, there is some additional complexity with things that are morph-based. I see we've had some discussion about that in chat. playing animations to position skinned objects around is is one way to alter shapes and actual morphs that are only defined for the system avatar are something else. So we basically going forward, it's what you're going to be seeing is more of the skin stuff. We don't really have a way to generalize the morphs to things other than system avatar. There's all kind of weird places where we're kind of combining the two of them. Animations can reference hand poses, which are actually morph based. I think we had some discussion about that, and sliders can affect both bone position, which affects the shape of skinned things, and can also affect the behavior of the values of various morphs, which only work on system avatar. So there's there's a lot of kind of complexity there.
Yeah, this was just something that came up in the forums, and I thought now that Bento's out and everything, like before, I just didn't want to think about it because to me it was another thing that was going to slow everything down.
Yeah, under the hood, what's going on with morphs is not super complicated. You're basically just sort of interpolating between different sets of vertex positions, but it all depends on having predefined sets of positions and sets of things that can be adjusted. So the only place we use those currently is with the built-in system avatar, which is kind of its own thing. It completely predates our support for uploadable meshes. The skinning is implemented in even a different way. It's really kind of its own beast, going back to the kind of very, very early days of SL.
Something to mention about all these morphs and shape key stuff is that in DAZ Studio, you can trade morphs. So you can create a morph and then trade it. I know that would be something that would be difficult to do in Second Life, but that would be a super cool feature in any world. Be able to create your own, to alter your own avatar mesh and then trade it around. That would be a huge thing. Like sell a slider.
Yeah, no, I agree. That would be really neat. It's probably obvious why we haven't done that yet, because it would be a extremely massive project, but you could certainly do a lot of cool stuff with it once you had it. Yeah, you notice that even the whole notion of what sliders we have is completely static now, right? There's basically a bunch of configuration files that come with the viewer that say what the different sliders are and what they mean. So making that sort of extensible on the fly would be some work at the UI and the that level, as well as just allowing the 3D content itself to be authored and traded. Polysale, I would say that we probably don't need to worry too much about the ordering of those projects at this point, since they're substantial distance down the line. Adjustable walk-run speed. So you want to be able to basically change how fast you're moving in world when you're walking and running, as well as kind of how the corresponding animations then get played back. Yeah, I don't know the values, but I'm pretty sure they're fixed quantities that are managed on the server. Basically the simulator decides, okay, you're moving at this speed, tracked at the physics level and everything, and then that stuff gets communicated to the viewer saying, okay, well, you were here and now you're there. But I think if, besides having to do that, you'd probably need to have more animations as well, wouldn't you? I think, just playing the existing run animation faster or slower isn't necessarily going to look good over a wide range of speeds.
You could let us adjust the speed of the animation.
Yeah, but I mean, if with walk and run, there's also special code in the viewer that tries to keep your foot from sliding when you're moving, and that stuff would have to follow along as well. So how would that work? You want to have an LSL command that lets you change the speed that a given animation is playing?
Oh yeah, that would be super useful and very cool. Going to Matrix slow-mo.
Yeah, doing a pure tweak of how fast a given animation is playing would probably be easier because that stuff is all just happening on the viewer side. Yeah, so what are the applications? This is the first time somebody's asked for this, so I'm curious what it would buy us to have it.
Biggest and most obvious one is letting people sync up their walking speeds with larger or smaller avatars.
Yes, that's definitely it, and especially with this cat, I would do a special one for the cat. But a very common thing that I get, every week is, can you make this animation faster or slower or whatever? Just the ability to do that would save me a lot of time and energy. Think of people who want combat animation and they want it super fast versus an actual realistic swing of a sword.
Or the people who make movies and want to get that shot one more time but just a little bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, just tweaking the playback rate on animations I don't think is super hard. I think the parts where it gets more complicated are, if you're trying to keep your kind of ground contact fix-up stuff working correctly, or if you're changing the the simulator side definitions of what your movement speed is supposed to be. I think that gets you into a bit more complicated territory. Worley, is there a UI control for tweaking animations now? Whether you're walking at regular speed or walking slowly.
Think about it for these animeshes too, or NPCs. For pathfinding, the speeds are not always. You could actually even have an animal get up to speed, start at a certain speed and end at a different speed. So to be able to change the speed of the animation would probably be even more important for an NPC than humans.
Yeah, I mean the simplest thing would just be to have an LSL command saying, maybe when you call LL play animation, you have an additional field that says the playback rate or something. If you're trying to change it on the fly, where you're playing the same animation, but you want to tweak the playback rate dynamically, then I guess that would get a little more complicated. You need to be able to specify the existing animation and then say, okay, change its speed to this much.
I'm not for complete animation reform. I think there's a certain simplistic beauty about Second Life's animation system.
Yeah, I guess complete reform would be a bit more ambitious. Yeah, I guess we're a little over time, aren't we? All right. Well, good suggestion. We have an existing project to do, various animation extensions. Probably coming online after we get the project viewer out for the animated object support. So, I can add something to that to kind of revisit it at that point. As soon as possible, Worley. You know the story. Alright, well, I'll see you guys later. Next month we're going to have a kind of a sparse schedule for the meetings. As usual, we're out for the first Thursday of the month, which is next week, beginning of August. Then we'll have a meeting the following week on the 10th, and then we'll be out. I think the meetings will be out for a couple of weeks after that because I'll be out on vacation, and then we'll be starting up again on August 31st. So I put all of that in the content creation user group wiki, which I will post if somebody hasn't beaten me to the punch already. There. So that's all in there. Anyway, we'll have a few weeks in August when we're not meeting, and I will see you guys the other weeks.
See you, Beer.
Well.
See you.
Hey, before everyone runs away, does anyone have any good advice on how to fake energy conservation and specularity within SL?
Nope.
Say that again?
How to fake energy conservation in specularity. No, not for now. Energy conservation is a built-in feature of PBR, but you can fake it in whatever the hell the rendering method that SL uses. I mean, yeah, I know about using the gloss maps. I kind of meant like on a more how you actually do it. Do you just copy the gloss map over into the specularity, or I don't know. I haven't really played around with it that much. No. You know how in PBR systems and in Blender and in most rendering engines, if you set the roughness for an object to higher, then the reflections will not be as bright. That's called energy conservation. And Second Life does not do it, so you have to fake it.
Aren't you actually just turning the specularity way down?
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't really played with it, so I'm not sure if it's as simple as copying your gloss map into the specularity. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could just put a solid white. You don't even have to make a texture for this. You could just do it in your right in the object properties. But yeah, I think if it's just solid white, then you should get a similar effect, shouldn't you?
No, because Second Life doesn't do energy conservation. The super rough reflection will be just as bright as a super shiny reflection, which is not realistic.
You may just have to paint it on there yourself, I guess. It's the only thing I can think of.
Well, yeah, I was just wondering if anybody had any hard and fast rules on how to fake it. Yes, there is. If you put something into the alpha channel of the normal map, that is multiplied by your roughness setting on an object. Because the alpha channel defines the roughness of the object. Yeah, and that's what I do when I am using something like Substance Painter, but I'm not always using Substance Painter.
Right. As far as I know, the specularity is the roughness. It's not the
No.
Might
All
be a
specularity
multiplier.
is just how bright light reflects off an object. Roughness is its own map in Second Life and in other rendering engines. How bright and the color, I should say.
So we're just all going to agree on no, right? That nobody knows.
What? It's not a hack, it's part of the rendering engine. This is the way people used to have to do energy conservation in older games. Was they had to figure out a way to have the roughness and the specularity match. Yeah, you could like actually implement in energy conservation near end, but I mean, you're gonna break literally everything in Second Life.
Yeah, it was nice seeing you back.
Well, if you read the wiki on that, it says nothing about roughness. It's talking about whether it reflects the sky or not on that alpha channel.
Of the specularity, yes, but the normal map's alpha channel is what defines roughness. Or gloss, as it's called in Second Life.
I feel like veer. In what context are you trying to use this in? So we can get a better idea of what you're trying to do. Thus, we can come up with a better solution and fully understand what you're trying to say. Something like that.
No, I understand what he's trying to do. I'm just, yeah, it's just not as easy in Second Life. It should be.
Hey, there's PBR and Sansar!
That's about all there is.
I heard that they finally did avatar attachments, but I haven't looked at it yet.
You know, I played with it a little bit this weekend, or this week too, playing with the principal shader in Blender. And, you know, the part that kind of sucks about it all is that in Blender, you know, we use the principal shader, but then I can throw in little, like, brightness, because a lot of things are grayscale maps. So you can hook up, like, a brightness contrast adjuster to kind of tweak things. But then, you know, if you do that, you have to make, you know, a finished texture that you can bring in with your model in Sansar instead of just, you know, having a few sliders that kind of do the exact same thing. I mean, if it's a grayscale, why can't we have a slider for brightness and contrast?
Yeah, it would be pretty nice if we actually had, like, sort of Unreal Engine 4's node set up for designing shaders inside of Sansar, since, like, it's going to be more WordPress type thing than Second Life anyway. Why not give us more control? I suppose I could, like, make a post about that on the Sansar forums, but I'm lazy.
Well, I just don't even understand, you know, they made this material system for it that is in the uploader, but you can't change the material outside. You know, once it's uploaded, that's the material on it. You can't change it from there, which to me doesn't make any sense. You know?
There seems to be not much you can change besides position and scale and stuff once it's uploaded. The scripting workflow is terrible.
Yeah, maybe that's something they'll fix later down the line.
They did add a new feature where you can upload an attachment.
Are those attachments like?
Can you actually attach it to?
Do you have to rig them to a particular bone, or can you like ad hoc rig them like the attachment points in Second Life?
I think it's very much like attachments in Second Life, but of course, once I saw this, I went immediately into Sansari and tried to do it. And it's weird because you have to go into the avatar editor, and then inside there's a bunch of accessories, where you attach your hair and all that. And then they had all this new feature with glasses and some other things, earrings, rings. And so then it had a button there for you to upload something. So I did all that, uploaded a pair of glasses. And it went into my inventory, but not into that little window where you could attach it. So no, I never got it attached.
RIP.
But yeah, it looks pretty much just like Second Life's attachment system.
So still no function for actually like.
So you can upload attachments, but you can't actually attach attachments.
That's coming later.
They're working on throwing that ball. No, I didn't. Actually, I say it all the time.
I hope they put out, $30,000 worth of prize money when they have more stuff in there.
Yeah.
More features.
It'll give you more than a week's notice.
Is it actually money, or is it like $30,000 in extra
money.
credit?
Oh, it's money.
I think first place is like 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. It's like
Yeah,
10
first
grand.
place was 10 grand. And then, next one was 5 grand. There was a bunch of 2 grand prizes. Yeah, best experience was 10 grand. I think that's over now.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, that ended Monday. I didn't even see the email for a week before it was ending.
Well, guess you gotta make an experience here in Second Life for free. Except for tier costs.
Gyms are not free.
Except for the
far
tier
from it.
costs and stuff. That reminds me, I gotta build my sim back. What to do?
Yeah, they say Sansar's going to open any day now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they said that it would go into open beta last summer, so...
Yeah, now it's going to be open alpha.
Next summer.
I think it's actually better that they don't open it right now. It's not
So
ready.
ludicrously feature light it is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ready. So,
The joy
I
of
think it's
slow
better
walking.
I think it's better to come out, you know, when there's something to do there.
Well, they do also have to worry about competitors doing the same thing and getting out before them.
Ooh.
I don't know. Just because we haven't heard about it, they don't...
There's no competitors.
SL is not a competitor.
It's the older sister, you know. She can look at her younger sister and be like, you know, like, I can do that. I can hike my boobs up too. Look at that.
Yeah, Hi-Fi's been out for a year or more now anyway.
Yeah, maybe Hi-Fi. Depends on whether or not they get their shit together.
Hi-Fi is pretty feature rich. You could pretty much do anything in there.
Really?
Except for cellular stuff.
All this VR stuff, though.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
You can
And
do all
I
this stuff
actually, I played with Hi-Fi a little bit lately too, and so the other day I went and I figured, you know what, I'll just upload the default Second Life avatar. You know, anybody can steal that, so I figured I'd just try and upload that and play around with it. And it's actually more secure than I thought. Because technically, if you wanted to make, you run the server. So if you were to make a place in there, it would all be running on your computer. And the assets all get something like a UUID, an ID. So it's not just doesn't show the URL. And then you would put all the assets on your own website or whatever, and try not to get people to steal it. But I don't know how it would work for like the whole Hi-Fi world, though. That's just what I played around with, was just on my, system.
I imagine that if it gets popular enough, someone will make a content hosting service that won't deliver the models to anything but a Hi-Fi client.
I think that's what Philip is working on. Something like that, where but I think they even want it to be like third parties. So like Sketchfab sells, you can sell your models on Sketchfab, so Sketchfab would host it, something like that. Don't quote me, this is just what the feeling I was getting from Philip and the other woman when I talked to them like a week ago.
Yeah.
Oh, but I did go to a Sansar meeting, and it was kind of funny. Drax was kind of hosting it, and we went to like his experience where he has this like street with a bunch of houses, and we all like kind of walked around the house and everything, which was kind of funny because we had to get in line to kind of walk through the doors, go downstairs, and whatever. And, yeah, so because we were kept blocking each other, so you had to move out of the way and let someone go past. But anyways, it was very like the spatial sound stuff and all that other stuff was really cool. It was really interesting being in a room full of there's probably 30 to 50 of us in Drax's basement. Okay, where he has this like little studio. So to be in a room full of all those people and all of us chatting and talking and whatever, was pretty interesting. But so I do see where some of the hype, the internal hype, is coming from. But yeah, I mean, there's no real features. But I did get on their case because as we're sitting down there, Nick's Linden and a couple other Lindens were there. So I did get on their case about quite a bit of what's not there.
Where are the details about these meetings? This is the first I'm hearing of them.
Oh, you have to, for the Sansar one, you have to go to the Sansar website. And they post all the meetings and notes from all the meetings, too.
Oh man, but that means I have to log into the website.
Yeah, I think until they get a show furries being beautiful over there, it's never going to launch off of there. Furries make a world.
Are you kidding? The instant they allow us to upload our own full mesh bodies, they're going to be furries. Probably even as soon as they make attachments viable.
Niran? What's that?
Well, to be honest, that's not really a problem in the furry world of SL, Aiza, or Azaya. That's really just a problem with the Maitreya and Beliza type companies. Like, Epic Gordon's models are actually extremely well optimized.
And they're so much fun. Nobody believes me when I tell them, like, the Beliza hands were $20K per hand. Not including the fingernails. And there were like 50 hand states. So 50 times 20.
Well, there were like 16 hand states, and then each hand state had 4 different versions, with and without nails, gloves.
Oh my god, it was so heavy. I was looking at it like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, my computer. Baby, hang on, breathe!
All I ever saw was half of them, so.
Mirand was telling me yesterday about how, like, apparently models that are invisible are actually much harder to render because of something in Second Life. I kind of wanted to ask Veer about that, but I don't know if he would know anything about it.
Well, it's a lot lighter now thanks to Bento, so there's no need to have all 50,000 hand states on there. So it's like, not 1 million, but a low 500,000. Although, to be totally honest, I haven't been able. That is weird. I guess we'll just bring that up at the next meeting, right? Why does low poly stuff make us lag?
Not low poly stuff, invisible stuff.
Why does invisible stuff make us lag?
You should introduce me to this, who's the JazzX guy who found this, right? We could, take some actual measurements and then post it in a Jira or something, present it to LL.
Well, now you forced me to use my voice because I'm too lazy to type. But
I did.
the gist of it is that basically, no matter how optimized a mesh is, if you turn it invisible and have a lot of these lying around, they for some reason kill your frame rate a lot more than, let's say, the same mesh just visible. And
Actually, we don't even need to talk to the JazzX guy. That would be really easy to test.
Yeah, well, we tested it in my bunker. That's why
I know, but I'm talking about like taking some screenshots to show to LL and be like, "Hey, why don't you guys fix this shit?"
Well, actually, I should probably test it again, since I implemented Marine Kelly's alpha thing fix that shouldn't be rendering completely invisible objects anymore, and I would be really eager to find out if that actually fixes it. Because then again, it would be the typical case of, oh yeah, Second Life is just rendering invisible things. We all knew that already. It's just worse than we thought it is. But that does not include rigged or attached objects, since your avatar is handled completely different than objects that are put on the ground. Which is kind of weird, but that's just how Second Life works. And there's another differentiation between your own avatar and others. I don't know if you can see it, but if you look at my avatar, and whenever my avatar blinks its eyes, you will see my shadows flicker. That is, if you enable shadows.
You're standing in the shade of a tree, so I can't see shadows on your face.
Oh, well, I can.
I could see it happening, and that's because you're alphaing out your eyelids.
Yeah, I'm just alphaing out the eyelids, which causes the entire avatar to, I don't know what it is actually causing it. I assume it's because the shadows assume for a very little moment that the entire avatar is invisible. So it's basically rebuilding the entire avatar, which again is completely different on other avatars because I don't see it on myself, but I see it happen on others. So there's a difference between your avatar being rebuilt and my avatar being rebuilt, which could be that my avatar actually isn't being rebuilt, but rather just the surface that is being alphaed is rebuilt instead of the entire avatar, like it is for other people.
Well, as a golden rule, I was not big into development 10 years ago, but before Second Life, I did play around with CryEngine and a few other engines for a while. And with doing all that stuff, I kind of learned right away that any kind of alpha or anything like that is going to slow things down. Because there's just all kinds of issues with it, you know?
Yeah, and they are very visible in Second Life because Second Life is not some limited game that shows things from certain perspectives, but rather allows us to go anywhere we want. And also, Second Life had, didn't have the ability to use masked alpha surfaces for a long time, so there's also that. Although, while we're on the topic of alpha masked objects, I would really like to see the rigged alpha surfaces casting proper shadows instead of completely solid shadows like they do currently, because it really fucks over the detail of this avatar, sadly. I even made a Jira about that, but it was accepted, but nothing happened so far. Sadly. Again.
I don't mean this. This is totally off topic and hopefully not offending at all. But with that voice, I really want to give you a top hat and a monocle. Like, I'm trying my hardest to focus on you, but at the same time, I'm imagining, like, you with a top hat and a monocle on.
Oh wait, I got one. Where's my top hat? I got one somewhere. Top hat. Is it this one? No. Where's? Oh, there's my top hat. I think that's the right one.
It's a Sculpey.
Oh no, it's the one I made for the dragon. Well, let's see. Where's the other one? I think this one. Yeah, that's the one. I even made one for my butt.
Thank you so much.
Because-
Now I can release some brain power from imagining you with imagine him with a top hat and stay focused on what he's saying. Imagine him with a top hat and stay focused.
Maybe I got a monocle somewhere. Let's see. No, but maybe some glasses. These maybe. I don't know.
Another problem with Shadows and Second Life I've noticed is that things that have alpha blending on them do not respond. Light projectors that have a texture on them.
Oh, wait, what? I was kind of
If you have a light projector that has a texture on it, like let's say your light projector just has a circle in it, so you're trying to fake having a spotlight, right? If you put a an object that has alpha blending on it within the projector of the light, but in the black area, so it's outside the light circle, then it'll be lit up as if it were in the light.
Yeah, I know that problem. It's really fugly, and it's a big giveaway for a lot of modders or modded avatars that use alpha blending for their textures because they did not remove the alpha channel when uploading the modded textures. I see that a lot, and it's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. Trust me.
You know.
And when I tell people.
Oh no, sorry,
Yeah?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, when I tell people about this alpha channel problem, they're like, "No, I can't see this. This must be your viewer only." And I'm like, "No, that's not my viewer." Well, technically it is my viewer because I disabled the hacky auto alpha masking feature that is enabled by default in all viewers. But it should be disabled in all viewers because it shows content the way it actually is. It shows you that your content is broken. Yeah, but if you're the only one seeing it, then I don't fucking care about it. Yeah, but it's still broken. You're just adding an alpha channel to a texture that doesn't need an alpha channel, and that means more bandwidth, and you know it's flagged as alpha on the server and on the client, and causes extra rendering, and all kinds of shitty stuff happens. And it's just there's so much wrong about this, but they're just like, no, I don't fucking care because you're the only one seeing this.
Take it.
People are just so ignorant about these kind of things. They just don't fucking care about it. Because if they don't see it, it isn't existent, isn't it?
Some people. How rude.
Yeah, some people.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I was trying to turn. I didn't mean to crash into you and throw you in the fire.
Yes, that's the problem. That's what most people don't understand. I mean, you could apply this logic to everything. You know, people are like, yeah, I don't care if I attach like 5 million invisible attachments and they're causing you problems because I don't see these problems. Yeah, if you're running in potato mode and get like 2 frames and you can't see the difference between 2 and 20 frames, then yeah, you're probably not going to notice it. But, you know, there are people that have a computer that is capable of running in more than just potato mode, and there are also people that can see the difference between you wearing those 5 million attachments and not wearing them. Because I can see my frame rates dropping from 60 down to, I don't know, 5 or even less. Just because you just attached these 5 million attachments. And then they just usually answer with, yeah, get a better PC. Yeah, you know, you're the one running in potato mode, not me. So I'm the one being at a disadvantage here. So what are you telling me?
I think I saw a survey. I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but they're very low. It was something like the average FPS was like 12 frames per second or something like that. It was really low.
Isn't, like, huge swaths of the population of Second Life, like, middle-aged women?
I don't know. But I know that a lot of users in Second Life use laptops. And I also heard from us that probably most of the user base of Second Life can't even run deferred rendering, which is probably due to the fact that most people are running laptops, which default to the onboard Intel GPU, which in most cases doesn't support deferred rendering.
No,
so there are
users.
Yeah, there are a lot of false values coming from there. Yeah, people are running Second Life on potatoes. I mean, I get so many users asking me, "Oh, how do I get the graphics like they showed on the pictures and the videos you made?" And I'm like, "Well, your problem probably is the fact that you're running on a laptop, which means Windows or whatever else is doing this is defaulting to the Intel GPU, which, you know, Second Life doesn't really like because it's Intel onboard GPU stuff, and it's bad."
Yeah, I had a friend that had just got a new laptop, and it had a an NVIDIA 970 in it, and she was getting like 5 frames per second, and was like, "What the hell's going on?" And I had to help her out, and turns out it was defaulting at that Intel GPU.
Constantly have to explain people how to do it.
Well,
There are also some.
Wait, can you explain to me how to do it? I would like to know.
Well, I'm constantly amazed because these same people that want to use a laptop or something not usable for Second Life are the same people that spent $1,000 on clothing. So
Yeah, and then they tell you, "No, I can't afford a better PC because I don't have money." But yeah, you're spending thousands of dollars on clothes and maybe even a SIM or a parcel or 2 or 3 or 5 or I don't know what else you're paying lots of money for. Yeah, it's really not that expensive. I mean, you can literally get a PC that can run Second Life and deferred rendering with shadows and everything on at roughly 30 to 60 frames with just, I don't know, 400 or 500 bucks, something like that. It's really
60.
not that expensive.
Unfortunately, a lot of that requires knowledge of how to do PC things, which I suspect a lot of these people don't have.
Yeah.
You ever
That's-
tried to explain to your grandmother how to pull up things on YouTube?
I mean, it's really not that hard asking on the internet or asking someone in Second Life who actually knows what they're doing. I mean, I'm always glad to help people, telling them what hardware they could get to get better frame rates. So I don't see a problem just asking someone.
No, like I always say, it's easy to bitch about it. It's harder to go out there and tell people and put the information out there so they can access it. Because nobody's going to ask you for help or come up to you like, hey, do you know how I can make my computer better? But they'll be happy to look it up or search YouTube. So, yeah.
That is sadly true, yes.
So no
People
more
are
bitching
too
about
lazy.
it. Do it. Change it. Go make a video on YouTube saying how to make Second Life playable. And then watch people change.
Zero, you're the big YouTuber here.
I don't
If
know
you
how to
want,
do it. You hear my computer screaming in every video.
Well, I suppose the easiest way to make any game play faster is to drop a couple of grand on your computer.
How about just turning the PC off?
Oh, that would be cool. But you guys, you don't know, but I actually have to take care of my family, so I don't have that extra income. Only enough to keep my sim going and the sanity that it provides. That's like drugs.
Yeah, but don't tell anyone that you're paying shitloads of money for that sim you're using for nothing.
Yeah! Quit telling people about business, damn it.
You use your sim more than I use Lewd, which I'm paying a quarter of the rent for.
No way, really?
Yeah.
That's... Oh, well, good job.
Well, I'm not paying for my parcel, so that's a start. But yeah, the thing is, even if you put out the information, the problem is still people are very lazy and they tend to not read anything. I mean,
Read,
I've started
watch. That's totally different.
But there's a difference between
It's so much
watching-
easier to complain about it, though.
Quit your bitching and do it. If you want change to happen,
I
you
mean-
must make it by your own hands.
Look,
Well, here's-
I made
all the info's out there.
I made a lot of blog posts with videos showcasing new features and a lot of pictures especially to show the new things I made. And I'm pretty sure that most people did not read or watch the videos or the pictures I made,
Well, give me
even
the
though
URL.
I put so much effort into it.
Give me the URL and I'll like spam it on my channel. Like, hey guys, look at this. We can make it better. Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Just make something that's easy to find based on the keywords and searching on YouTube, and then like have links to other more useful things.
Yeah, I'll put it on my videos if you want. I don't mind always passing on information. That's what we do at the Mighty Ginkgo.
well, I wish I had some videos like explaining some stuff. I would probably start with controls. Alright, I tried that and fucked up the controls. I accidentally inverted the controls, the on-screen control displays. So that was kind of a big fail on my side, but yeah. I would probably start with the controls. That's probably the very first thing I would explain people. Because there are still people that have been in Second Life for over 10 years now, and they still don't know that you can move the arrow keys, or WASD, or the fact that you can control the camera with Alt, Control, and Shift.
Yeah, I'm surprised when people are using those on-screen controls.
I can tell you why that is happening.
Wait.
Because
People
it's
use
rare.
on-scrolling controls to move?
Oh, a lot more than you think, yeah.
No way!
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
That is all.
First
I
thing
believe
did when
that
I
is
logged in
also.
was, how do I get WASD?
ew. How do you
Yep.
decide?
Yeah, the first thing when I first sort of got into Second Life, I was like, oh, fuck these controls. How do I get my proper game controls back?
Yeah.
Nerd.
Yeah, they shouldn't even be on the screen by default.
Well, it's good when your keyboard's broken and you're able to move with the arrow keys.
Isaiah, that's because the on-screen controls are opened by default the first time you start the viewer. So that is the first problem. The second problem is, I believe, is the fact that most mentors, how they call themselves, tell users to use them. And I saw a very bad case, or multiple bad cases of this happening on the Second Life Firestorm Gateway that is supposed to help and support people learning Second Life. And the first thing I saw there was someone asking how to move around. He was told to use the on-screen controls. So I told him privately in IM that he shouldn't listen to whatever she's saying because she obviously doesn't have any idea of what she's talking about and should instead use the arrow keys or the WASD keys to move around. Because that's the...
Unfortunately, by default, Firestorm, WASD types.
Yeah, you have to enable that. I mean, it should be on by default.
Ew,
yeah, I told them. It was enabled by default long ago, just like this weird MMO control mouse thing was disabled long ago. I wish they would just take it out again because it's just stupid.
Why? I like it.
It's nice to have it as an option.
Yeah, it's nice to have as option,
and it's
but
good
it shouldn't
for
be
movies.
default. Really. Yeah, but it shouldn't be default, really.
No, WASD. That's always going to have to be the default for any game, really.
Ew.
Yeah.
Arrow keys are fine.
Actually, one of the things I really don't like about your viewer is that I can't left-click and then right-click to start walking forward. So I can't be eating a sandwich with my left hand and walk around.
Yeah, you know, I heard about that, and I was thinking of implementing that, but then I heard Firestorm had it, so I didn't want it anymore.
Come on, dude!
You know, I also heard that Firestorm has this right-click zoom in mouse look, which was something I wanted to do too. And since I heard Firestorm had it, I didn't want it either. Not anymore. Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe someday.
Oh, yeah, I guess
it would
Actually,
be a logical improvement to the movement system at some point. I would probably add it at some point, but it's really, really low on the to-do list. It's like one of those things I would do when I'm really out of ideas and really struggling to get new ideas to do something.
Well, call me a noob, but what viewer is your viewer?
Black
Dragon.
Oh, Black Dragon. Yeah, you need some better interface on that thing.
Oh man.
What?
Oh man.
Oh boy. Here we go.
You're poking the bear.
Well, I tried it out the other day. I wanted to take some pictures.
Well, the thing is...
I started getting IMs and I'm like, oh god, where's my chat? Where's this? Where's that?
Yeah, the chat thing is one thing that really annoys me, but that's not my fault, that's Linden Lab's fault, because it's this shitty, chewy thing that no one actually wanted. Oh no, wait, everyone wanted it. You know what Oz told me about it? Everyone complained about the Viewer 2 chat system, which was perfectly fine, and then they changed it because people complained, and guess what? Those people that complained about it didn't even use the Linden Viewer. And they probably still don't, because they're still using Firestorm or probably some Viewer 1. Those are the same people that complain about the sidebar being shit and complain about the sidebar not being undockable, even though it was undockable since like a year or two by then, like 6 major versions or some shit.
I liked I hated the sidebar at first, and I got used to it. And then as soon as I got used to it, they took it away.
Yeah, I like the sidebar too.
I would have liked to put the build window into that sidebar. Then it would have been perfect.
That is actually something I tried. You want to see it?
It
Just
does
have
make
built
me giggle
windows
that,
like built windows always in my way.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Like always
I
in the
know
wrong
the feeling.
spot. Yeah, it's always in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that's why I tried putting it into a sidebar, but it was a crash fest because it relied on a lot of things that should be in a floater, not a panel. But it is possible. It is definitely possible. And I think it would actually be a improvement, maybe?
I would just like to take things off of the viewer, you know, like, 'cause I got two screens, to put stuff on the other screen.
Maybe I can find some old prototype pictures of it.
Well, that would be nice to be able to put some of these stupid windows on another screen.
Yeah, Firestorm experimented with it at one time. They had they actually had a viewer out that did it, and then they never pursued it.
Well, I don't have the build button on the toolbars either, but that's because I expect the user to be, experienced.
It just kind of goes
An
into
experienced
the whole,
user.
like...
An experienced user should know that you can open the build menu with just pressing Control 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
or right.
Oh, I don't do that.
that's
I don't do that.
terrible. That's terrible. That's bad.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you can always just open it with Control B
Well,
or something. I
it
think
should be
it's Control
down there
B.
on the bottom. Where
Who
it's always
uses
been.
build?
Yeah, okay, we all use edit. I know, it's right-click edit. We click something and edit it. Yeah. But, an experienced user should know that, and shouldn't really need this button. Just like an experienced user shouldn't need the chat button that was there in Viewer 3 long ago. But, the funny thing is, long ago on Naren's Viewer, I had this one particular person that asked me over IM how to chat in local, because he didn't know you have to press enter to open the chat bar.
Seems like a chat bar should just be there, though.
Yeah,
Chat.
but since VO1, it was kind of the default to just press enter to open the chat bar, and obviously press enter to, send the chat or close it again. Although VO1 also had the option to click that button, which was kind of, obsolete, because you could just press enter. And I assume that this is common knowledge that you can press enter to open chat, because it's not just in Second Life like that, it's in a lot of games.
Pretty much
But,
every game that has a chat window, you hit enter to start chatting.
Yeah, especially online games. So I assume that's common knowledge, but yeah, that one guy obviously didn't know that you can just...
A lot of people in SL are not gamers.
Yeah, that's... I figured that. And that is why I think a lot of people also have so much problems with getting used to certain things, like different interfaces. It's probably not a secret when I say that a lot of people come to me and tell me, oh, your interface is so completely different, everything is somewhere else, and all I can tell them is, no, it's not. It's pretty much in the same place, it just has a different skin, mostly. Yeah, some buttons are, pushed a little bit aside, but that's really all of it. Everything is just the same.
One thing I noticed immediately was the menu at the top was all crunched down into one thing.
Yeah. That is something that seems to confuse a lot of people.
Well, because for one thing, most any program you use in Windows or whatever, you're kind of used to having
multiple menus, yeah.
Yeah, a menu bar at the top with different things. So it's sort of intuitive that way.
Yeah, I had to actually the one menu at the top, the main menu, how I call it, is it's kind of just a thing I had to do to get the entire top bar the way it is, because I didn't want the the navigation bar and the
Yeah,
favorites
turn
bar
both off.
being, on the same height and taking each other's space away. And I didn't want to make an extra line just below that to have an extra menu bar and all that crap. I just wanted to save space, and that was the most logical thing to do. Just put everything into one.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take me long to figure out. Oh, they're just all right there.
The only thing I can see is a problem there is maybe because everything just looks kind of the same, as in it doesn't stand out as a menu, which is both
Yep.
good and bad, because it really shouldn't stand out too much. But it should be obvious that it's a menu, but there's sadly nothing I can do about that other than maybe putting a background behind it or something. But then it might just, stick out like
too
a sore
much.
thumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's something I really don't want. I want everything to look, designed the same way. Have a, damn it, now I forgot the word. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, all kind of integrated together.
Now, how much effort is it to be able to open some of these windows on another screen? Because to me,
it'd be a big effort, because when you're looking, even like when you're looking at text in the viewer, you're not looking at text, you're looking at graphics. It's everything is rendered. Even those buttons are not buttons, they're graphics. So
hence
you're then,
why
you're then taking
on your chat.
you're then taking exactly. So then you're taking a rendered picture, outside of the viewport, basically I mean, it can be done because I've seen it done. Firestorm did experiment with it a few years ago.
As a
never.
fool's joke, yeah.
I mean, the viewer crashed a lot, and it was just a test. But I'm sure if they would have pursued it, then they could have got it stable, because it would be so
The
cool.
problem is that you would have to basically create more instances of the viewer, or
Right.
at least some separate instances, and copy all the necessary information like the text and all that stuff over to that new instance, and that would possibly create a huge memory leak and
it was not stable at all. It was cool though, because you could pull that windows out. I think there was only certain windows you could move over there, but it was pretty cool to be able to do that.
Well, I think that's like part of the biggest problem with the viewer is that we're always struggling for space.
Yeah, screen space is valuable.
that is exactly the reason why I consider God fucking damn it, I just can't speak today. Why I put all the menus into one main menu, and why I put the navigation, the favorites bar, and the status bar all into one huge bar.
Yeah, I honestly don't use those menus at the top very often.
I don't either, but yeah.
Upload. That's about it.
That is one thing I do wish were more easily accessible. I know in Firestorm you can actually undock that menu so that it stays open permanently.
True. Yeah.
Viewers.
Yeah.
You can just click the double lines at the top of each menu and undock it. That's a default feature in the Linden viewer too. It has been like that since Viewer 1.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I only found out about this ago.
I knew about it and then forgot.
Yeah, but I mean, probably no one does it because that's just another window in your way.
I do it very rarely. I usually just do it when I need a menu open that would otherwise close, but I need to click something in that menu multiple times because when I'm alphaing other people's closest. No one heard that. But yeah. I do use it sometimes, but only for making people naked.
You heard it here, folks. If you're a dev is a pervert.
Well, I do name my parcel Bad Dragon the nudist of all viewers, and I do did name the viewer very similar to a certain dildo brand. So yeah.
Not to mention, you also have the login button as RAR.
yeah.
I've actually refused to use your viewer because of that.
And I
He's kind of
implemented
a
a lot
dumbass.
of features to, do kind of pervert things like, alphaing things, un-alphaing things, showing body parts that were previously hidden. So yeah.
What? You
Obviously,
can do
these features were solely created for this purpose. Obviously. That's the only reason I actually implemented these.
Okay, I can no longer qualify this as work, so I must leave. All right, you guys have a good week. I'll see you guys next week.
You're out of bed here.
Okay, goodbye. Wait, people say furries aren't perverts?
Furries that don't want to be labeled.
Yeah, they try to say not all furries are pervs.
Yeah, that might be true, yes. That might be true.
And who said
But-
all furries are pervs, really?
Secretly, everyone is a pervert.
Yeah.
Unless,
Not everyone admits it.
yeah, exactly. Unless you have some some kind of hormonal deficiency that makes you not interested in sex at all, everyone's a pervert. Period.
I don't know about you pervs, but I'm as pure as the maiden snow.
I don't believe that at all.
I can't even
Couldn't even
say
say
that.
it
What
with a
a
straight face.
Dub PNG, yeah. Dub the PNG. Yeah, we all perverts. That's a fact. But I'm open about it. I don't have a problem with everyone knowing that I'm a pervert. Because everyone would assume that I'm a pervert anyway, because I use a lot of furry avatars. Well, only furry avatars, actually. I never had a human avatar. Not even when I started Second Life 10 years ago.
And your junk's out, that helps a bit.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I do that a lot.
Oh my gosh, 10 years ago. Do you remember the big orange furry thing that they had as a default avatar?
Yes. Yes,
Oh my
that's the
God.
one I started with. That's exactly the one I started with.
I do not remember this.
It used to be a big orange
it
something.
kind of looks like the what's its name from Ushi? Let's see, the ringtail, right? It looks like the ringtail, like this one. Let's see. I got it here. Not the original one, of course, but oh wait, that's a blue one.
Yeah, I don't remember a default avatar as a furry.
But
Well, it was a
let's
long
just
time
say it
ago.
kind of looks like this.
Well, wait a minute.
Just Premiere.
Let me go see if I can
a lot
find a
from it.
screenshot of it real quick.
Oh, and the viewer crashed. What did I do?
Yeah, it did look like that, except for it was orange. And I remember the female one had like a choker and a fishnet shirt and a mini skirt. She was so edgy.
Yeah, exactly.
She's
Exactly that one. Yeah, this one is blue because it's the bot version. The default version is actually orange brown. Yeah. So now I just need to figure out why I just crashed. I just clicked reset skeleton and animations and it crashed me, probably because my outfit was broken anyway, for like the entire time I was online now, because the shitty maintenance that was coming at the wrong time, as always. As if Lint Labs can ever keep anything under control.
Yeah, they seem to be doing unscheduled maintenance quite often.
Actually, are they still doing the maintenance? Let's see.
I can't remember.
No, it's done. Okay. So I should be able to return to my normal avatar after relogging. Hopefully.
Nothing wrong with what they're doing when they're doing NOS maintenance.
I can tell you what they're doing. They're pissing out the fires that they caused with spitting coffee over their servers. At least that's what Oscar told us long ago.
No, I don't think they're even near their servers.
Oh, I see why I crashed. That's something I caused. It appears like the reset skeleton and animation feature doesn't like me playing with the poses and manipulating them while I reset everything. I guess I'll have to look into that.
Set it up to disable all of your poses when someone does a reset skeleton animation. It'd be annoying, but it'd stop crashes.
Yeah, that kind of seemed like what it just did, or the reason why it crashed. It tried to reset, or maybe the posing thing tried to reapply the stuff while it's still resetting the skeleton, and then just everything blew up. Like it does so often.
Yeah, you never know how these things are gonna...
Now everyone is invisible to me. I love this bug. I really
have
love
nothing to see here anyway.
Who doesn't love everyone being invisible?
What is that about with people being invisible, or...
It appears like that when the viewer teleports or logs in somewhere and doesn't get the messages that a agent is on the sim, it will not try to ask the server again for these people, so it kind of doesn't know that there are people around. It basically forgets about it.
I often get a lot of times where I'll cam on somebody and they appear to be like way off the sim.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
I actually accidentally figured out a way to make one of those items. I don't know how the hell I did it or how it works, but for some strange reason it sends your avatar to like location -1000, -1000, -1000, and takes your name tag with you, even though your like actual location in the sim is wherever you were standing previously.
Yeah. I mean, I've had someone stand right next to me talking to me, and when I cam on them, they are like way off the sim and above it, but I can hear them.
I know a few griefers use that as a way to sneak around.
No, it's it's not a griefer though. It's just a viewer bug.
Yeah, as I said, I accidentally made an object that did that once. I still don't know how I did it.
Is everyone seeing my avatar just normally, or is it just...
No.
Your hair and spikes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so the rest of my body is missing. Okay,
Yep.
so my outfit is, I would call it officially broken now, I guess. Thanks, maintenance. Thanks for fucking this up. Yeah. Good job. Good fucking job.
Sometimes you just gotta rewear something.
Just literally switched outfits.
Oh.
And, yeah. It's like the the mesh body is, I don't know, broken, doesn't exist anymore, something. Maybe I just got this bug where something ended up in the main inventory folder for some reason, and it tries to fix itself but can't. I don't know. It's just this mesh body. Everything else seems to work. This is weird. This is really weird. And even weirder that you can actually see me, being broken. I kind of assumed that it's just a local thing, but apparently not. Apparently I'm broken server side. That is kind of unfortunate. All my optimization and all my hard work doing all this stuff gone. Oh wow.
Oh hey, I found it. Let's see if it still works. Nope. Looks like it doesn't still work.
Let's see.
It's the object I said that used to send your avatar to negative 1,000 feet. Looks like it doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, the thing I'm talking about is just, I don't know, it's a viewer bug, but I don't understand why it happens.
Hi guys, Zero.
I mean, people can be running around, and I see them, playing the running animation or whatever, but they're just way off the sim. And I mean, my viewers should be getting like updates, position from them.
Hi, but at least my AO is working again. That's something.
I wonder if anyone else noticed that you've had your dick hanging out through the entire meeting.
I think everybody noticed.
Yeah, we all saw it.
I'm pretty sure that probably most people noticed, and that is on purpose that I'm doing that, because I have been starting a trend of doing this on the TPV meetings too, and getting it on video footage, because I think it's just fun standing in the center, being the focus of everyone, and just, just dangling my dick around.
Making everyone have to figure out where the de-render button is.
Actually, in the videos, I'm not de-rendered, because I use avatars that have a really low avatar render complexity, so I'm often rendered.
I actually meant that, people render you
de-render.
specifically. Yeah.
I don't think it really stands out because you see it and be like, oh, that's just another furry thing. They're always doing that.
That's pretty much that.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just doing it to annoy the Lintons a little bit, especially Oz. I don't know if you ever noticed, but it's kind of funny. It also pisses off Drake, because he was going all crazy about it, that I was standing there with my dick out, and he was like, "Oh, you can't do this," and I was like, "I can, apparently, because no one fucking cares." And next meeting, he came with his huge, giant-sized wolf thing or whatever that is, dog thing, and had his dick hanging around. And he was like, look, I can do this too. And I told him, Drake, you're just overdoing it now. That's just overkill. I was just doing it very...
Except for the tails.
Yeah.
This is the start of a new Nazi party. Anti-human sentiment abounds.
Oh, but it just reminds me of the old days. Remember when they were like, furries are too complex and they cause lag. No furries allowed on the sim. Those anti-furries.
Yeah, and it now completely turned out.
Now the tables have turned.
Except there are some tales out there that are very high script time. Before the Bento came out, there were some that animated I mean, they animate very well, but they're doing a whole lot to do that.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not a globally furry thing. If you go to places like InkSpot and stuff, there are still people that have avatars that are like 700,000 rendering cost.
Oh my god! Don't forget the Central Dragon from what is it, KZK, I think, which had like 12 megabytes of script memory usage. Oh boy. That's
not even the worst thing that Silver Boo does. Doesn't she like use 1024 textures on every single Sculpty?
Yeah. I can just show you my Central Dragon, and it will probably blow up your texture memory.
Exactly.
Please don't. The HUD alone blows up your texture memory. It's crazy. Of course, wouldn't you? Because I can.
Please think about the poor girl still recording this. Don't blow up my computer, please.
Silver Boo is an interesting character. She's a really good artist, but then she proceeds to make nothing but cliche garbage because apparently that's the only stuff that sells.
It's too late. It's too late. I changed the outfit. Quick, run! Oh, there we go. My texture is rising.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, it's I wish we wouldn't be compressing all these images so horribly badly. At least for spec maps and normal maps, because they have these horrible artifacts everywhere. It's not nice to look at.
Yeah, normal map especially.
Oh yeah, there was this. I tried to make some object that had like really sharp angles on the normal map, and just ended up having to abandon the project because compression ruined it.
Yeah, any sharp angles like that can pixelate.
It's really kind of sad. Especially if you use avatars that use a lot of shiny or something like scales, or even just normal surfaces, like, I don't know, you want to do something in a room that reflects something, but you will just end up getting all these artifacts everywhere. It's sad. I mean, why not just add an option that allows us to upload a texture as uncompressed, I don't know, or at least as a better compressed PNG or something, and then
everybody would do it.
Yeah, but have an option to allow the viewer to actually download them. So we would usually just be downloading the normal JPEG 2000 things, and you get this option to enable downloading these uncompressed or better compressed textures.
Why not just make it a checkbox that costs more?
Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody would do it then. Then you're just
I mean, I would rather just see it on normal maps and spec maps, and just in a way to limit it to these. But yeah.
Well, I mean, what if they made the upload cost for an uncompressed texture file something like 50 lindens? Something unreasonably high.
That would be one way to actually limiting it a little bit, but there will still be idiots using it. But yeah, there will always be idiots abusing something.
Now that I think about it, does the compression even help, the texture memory side? Because
no.
Aren't they all converted?
It's for bandwidth.
It's only for bandwidth.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's why I would be for adding an option to allow uncompressed downloads, because, well, if I can choose to download the uncompressed ones, I would do so because it wouldn't do any difference to the texture memory the viewer is using. Because the viewer has to unpack these textures and load them in full anyway. So there's no difference. And it would improve the quality, especially of things like spec maps. As you can see on the picture, it looks really pixelated and broken on the scales, which is kind of sad.
Does anybody know how, if you look on the sim next door, there's a couple of cylinders and stuff over there with some almost looks like it's a reflection or something on it? Does anyone know how they're doing that?
Yes, I know how they do that.
How are they doing it?
You're probably talking about these mirror-like things.
Yeah.
That is using projectors as fakey cube maps. What they're doing is basically projecting an image into the room and making the surfaces have environment shiny. That causes them to reflect the projector image.
Okay, I thought it had something to do with the projectors.
I can show you a lot of pictures of that. Actually, I know someone who did something really great with this, and that's actually the reason why I told us about it and asked if we could get cube maps, because it's really not that hard to implement.
Yeah, cube map would be awesome.
What did he say?
Even if it's just bound to the Windlight preset, just one texture that is global, that would be enough.
Yeah.
We don't need, separate cube maps for areas or something like that. But just having the Windlight options would be great already.
And that would probably fix Firestorm's issue with the environment shininess always looking like garbage.
Well, they all look like that.
No, actually, if you look at the environment reflections in Black Dragon, they actually look pretty decent.
Well, Black Dragon's a different thing.
That is because Black Dragon doesn't have environment shiny at all. I removed it. That's the reason.
Wait, really?
Yes, I removed it. There is no environment shiny at all. That's the reason why it looks so good.
I just wanted
to...
You're not doing something like screen space reflections or something, are you?
Oh, yeah, but that's something completely different. No, what I'm talking about is actually the environment reflection. The what better describes it is the chrome overlay that you get when you set something to shiny high. You know, an object becoming totally chromy, metallic. It just looks bad.
Really White Horizon thing.
Yeah, exactly that. It's really horrible, and that was a change they added long ago. Like
it's been there forever.
Ago, and I was really upset about that. I told them I made comparison pictures of a lot of things, and told them to please add an option to change it, or even better, add options to the build menu to selectively do it.
Well, that's basically a cube map, isn't it?
It is. It is actually a real-time rendered cube map that is just horrible in quality.
Right, it's just a terrible one. Yeah.
Yeah. It is a automatically generated from the sky, as far as I saw it. But some sort of super duper hyper downsampled, totally decolorized bullshit that doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
It don't seem to. The sky doesn't seem like it changes with the Windlight at all. It's just
It doesn't include any color or anything like that.
Right.
It is, as far as I know, it's kind of a copy of the very, very first sky we had in Second Life, like this pre-2007 sky, and that's where this comes from. That's why it's so...
I think that's probably it. Before Windlight.
Yeah. So it's kind of a leftover of that. And they never changed it because, people would be complaining, broken content, and that's ultimately the reason why they changed it, because some Linden complained about his content looking broken and
Looking better.
quotation marks in the deferred rendering, because in deferred rendering we initially didn't have these environment shiny reflections. And so they changed it. And I told them, no, you can't fucking do this. You literally just broke, well, I don't know, 3 or 4 years of content that was made for deferred rendering. But we don't care. Things should look, like it does in potato mode, because potato mode is the way to go for some reason. Yeah, but that's shit. I mean, yeah, we got materials now, and it's not that much of a problem anymore, but there's still a lot of old content, and there's still the fact that shiny should not make something chromy or metallic, but rather just, shiny. I mean, it literally says shiny, so
Right.
you should just make it shiny. But that's exactly what it's not doing. And that's why I decided to remove it. Because
Well, the spec maps make it shiny. I mean, the environment should be reflection, basically.
But I do added the option back to enable the environment shiny at some point. Because, I don't know. I don't remember the reason for doing this. But I think it was also part of the build that Bfallen has made with the cube map thing, which I actually wanted to look up a few pictures of. Where is it? But yeah, he made a room full of stuff that really heavily uses this this cube map faking with projectors, and it looks really, really nice. And there's, other than that, really no tricks used. There's no hacky feature used or anything like that. It's all real time, and it looks really, really good. At least in my view, it does. Not so much in Firestorm, but
The guy who, that thing that's rezzed over in your sim, he got the idea from me, who got the idea from Woozle. If you've ever met Woozle, but he does a lot of really, really crazy stuff with optics in SL. Like, he actually made a fucking lens.
oh, okay. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I think I tried to recreate it at one point. Let me see if I can find it.
Still looking for those pictures. I got so much pictures, like, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 pictures by now. And I know where all of them are. I don't know if that's crazy or not, but knowing where 5,000 completely different pictures are, roughly, that's, I would call that
I don't even
crazy.
know where anything in my inventory is.
Yeah, I don't know. Pictures are easier to remember than words.
Not mine when they're all named snapshot.
Yeah, but that was the idea behind this entire outfit picture gallery thing system that everyone owes so much for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't used it since.
I haven't used it at all yet.
Yeah. I was just like, why would you want that? It's just, I don't know, it's a waste of time. Why implement that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope it wasn't that hard because.
Well, it kind of was. They completely
Was it?
fucked up my snapshot improvements. Like, twice.
Someone should do some work on the inventory.
The problem is, what can you do in the inventory?
I don't know, but
Yeah, that's the problem.
yeah, I mean, there's got to be a better way than a big list.
Yeah, the problem is there is no better way. You always have to think about how much objects you got in your inventory. I mean, yes, you could show everything as I don't know, icons or something, like it does in MMOs. But then again, everything just looks the fucking same. So
Yeah,
a list is
yeah. I
probably
mean, I don't know what the solution is, but man, it's terrible. What we got now is just it's not great.
So you could always organize your inventory.
Well, you could do that. Yeah, it's pretty good.
so.
It's not that hard if you if you just put shit in a folder.
What, you mean don't have everything named object?
Yeah, that kind of thing. Although I'm also guilty of having object 1.
Well, even if it was like Windows Explorer, with different views, you could have different views.
A way to preview what you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Windows Explorer, with you could have a list view, you could have a detail view, you could have big icons, little icons, and then maybe a little panel at the side. When you click on it, then it kind of shows
now
you something.
Imagine translating that to the Second Life inventory system, where you have this giant window on screen that is your inventory that has literally millions of information that you don't need.
Yeah. I mean, normally when you have your inventory, it's going to be fairly big on your screen anyway.
Actually, it's pretty small for me. I would really like to keep it that way. So, here those pictures pretty much show that the power of these projection images and what you can do with them. It's really cool, and it really makes me want to have cube maps. I mean,
this is done with projectors.
Yeah, this is all done with projectors. All the reflections are done with projectors.
Yeah, I've seen some other people do some things. I never quite figured out what they're doing.
That's pretty much how it works. You get people who do really obnoxious shit like this, like what I did to this avatar.
Oh yeah, this looks really fucky. What is this?
What do you guys?
I don't know how
to do it.
Normal map on there that's doing that, or?
No, it's just I took the Kobold and then removed all of the smooth shading, so it's completely faceted, and then
Oh, okay.
And I have a bunch of projectors pointed at it from all directions.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That would explain why it's why the texture is crawling around like that. Kind of interesting effect. It makes it look like some sort of diamond refracting light, maybe. I don't know, but it looks cool, definitely.
On Firestorm, it looks like a disco ball. I'm actually going to relog it.
Yeah, I would say it does look like a disco ball.
Black Dragon. I kind of want to see how it looks. I'll be right back.
It kind of looks like that. What is it? Disco. Demo scene. Come on. Dark Age. No. Of course, I won't find it when I need it. Farbrush. Disco. Ah, there we go. Popular demo. That's what its name was.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
kind of like this.
Yeah, that Firebrush, it makes some cool stuff.
So, Gab, I suppose it doesn't look all that different now, doesn't it?
No.
Yeah, that's what I expected. Because well, I don't see how Firestorm. Well, okay, it looks a little bit different. If you enable the environment maps, yes, it looks well, actually more like it probably should. It looks glassy.
And yeah, make some cool effect like that, and then half the people are going to see you as just pure black because they don't.
You might want to make it how transparent if that works.
How the hell do I turn you up in Black Dragon?
You just hover your mouse over me, click the small info icon to extend my mini profile, and just do it there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Actually, where did the active speaker window go? When did they fucking remove that? Holy shit.
Is that not there in the LL viewer? It's still there in Firestorm.
Yeah, it's still there in Firestorm.
No, it's not in the Linden Labs viewer. I mean, I would have it if it was in the Linden viewer. So it's not there anymore. They removed it when they implemented Chewy.
What's Chewy?
Chewy is
Some
the
chat
communications
interface.
hub user
Yeah.
interface, how they call it.
That was
The
a
horrible tabbed
stupid
IM
thing.
system that you're seeing.
Yeah.
The most horrible abomination of a chat system they ever
Yeah.
made.
That was another big waste of time.
Yeah. Probably the biggest.
I know they worked on that for a while too.
Yeah,
I mean,
I really want the Viewer 2 chat system with the chiclets back. That was by far the best chat system I've ever seen in any online game ever. All the online games do the same tab bullshit, and you just, I don't know, going through all these million tabs, and you don't have enough space for all these tabs, and you're just throwing all chat tabs together, and everything is just super fucky. And then Linden Labs came around with the chiclet system, and it just worked. It was perfect. And then people just complain about it, that it's shit, just because they're stupid, and they had to change it. Why?
Well, people will complain about changes.
Yeah, they always do.
Yeah, it's just change. It doesn't matter if it's a good or bad change. They're going to complain, and then you'll get used to it, and then they'll take it away, and then they'll complain that it took it away. Well, that's just, you just gotta throw it at them and say, no, that's what it's going to be. Sorry, and then eventually everybody just forgets. They get used to it, and they forget that they even hated it.
I will never forget my hate for Chewy. Never forget.
Well, yeah, I guess if it is a terrible change, then
Well, it still annoys me as to date. I do not, at least I do not see me writing in wrong chat tabs anymore, but I do see other people writing in wrong chat tabs, and then I'm like, ha! Told you! That's what you fucking get for tabbing.
Oh, I get people writing in the wrong chat tabs all the time.
Yeah, that's what you get when you have tabbed chats, not clearly separated from each other.
I don't even remember what the Viewer 2 chat system was like.
I don't know. I think Firestorm's done.
It's kind of like the Firestorm system. I heard Firestorm has it kind of ported over. You have these chiclets at the bottom right. At least that's what it was.
They're top right.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a bad change too. Well, you had these little I am icons at the top, at the bottom right, and these chiclets, how they call them, were basically your tabs. So instead of having this giant conversation window open all the time, you could just click those little icons at the bottom, and it also showed you if there was a new message in that session. So you didn't even have to open it. You could just look at them and see, oh, okay, there's a new message in, I don't know, the group chat or the...
Firestorm still has they still have the chiclets, but then, so they've got a kind of hybrid of it.
Yeah,
so
they opened the conversation window.
Yeah, it opens and then you still see all your tabs. But they do they do have a little icon over them when there's something new there. And then they got that notification thing if there's transactions or group messages or system notification stuff.
Yeah, I would rather have back the actual VO2 chat system with the separate windows, because the separate windows were actually really good. You could just click the tab you wanted to talk in, just type your shit, and when you're done, you just, clicked anywhere else, and it closed itself. Closed as in it just hid itself. It didn't actually close the session. So you didn't have to do anything. It was just like chat. You write your shit, and then you're done with it until someone, answers your stuff, and you have to reopen it, which was simply just either clicking the I am message or the tab, or chiclet in this case.
Yeah.
It was kind of good, but people didn't like it because, oh my god, they had to do one extra click or something. I don't know.
I think just because it was new.
Yeah.
Anything new people hate.
Like the sidebar.
Yeah, the sidebar. I mean, I hated it too when it first came out. And then I think it was actually when what was it, Phoenix, or maybe it was either Phoenix or Emerald went down, and then I was kind of forced to use it. And I just kind of decided, well, I'm gonna use this viewer, and I'm gonna get used to it. After a couple of weeks, I actually liked it. And then they took it away.
Well, I'm certainly not going to do the same mistake as LinLabs did. Just because people complain about something, I'm not going to change it. Unless I actually want it changed for a good reason. Like, Chewie, god fucking damn it, die in a fire, Chewie. Just die already.
Yeah, it doesn't happen because I don't change my outfit, so.
I actually continued to use the ancient folder drag onto yourself method of changing outfits until just a few months ago.
A lot of people actually do. And then they complain to me that there's no proper outfit system and that they have to do things. And I'm like, yeah, so what's the problem? Yeah, I have these, modular kind of outfits that I can just drag onto my avatar and basically change the clothes without changing the avatar or having to make copies of said avatar. And I'm like, yeah, what's the problem? You can just make a naked avatar as outfit, then make more outfits where you're just wearing those clothes and then just right-click add them. What's the problem? You don't need to replace it. And you can right-click and move all of them too. So it's literally the same.
I didn't even know you could drag a folder onto yourself.
Yeah, that's the way you used to do it before there was an outfit system at all. I don't know about other people. The reason why I've stopped using... Sorry?
I was just right-click and add.
Oh, this was even before there was a right-click add.
I think there was always, there was where.
Yeah, there was always where, but...
They should get rid of that where. They really should get rid of that.
Add was only added when they added the multi-attachment point thing.
Yeah, which they should now get rid of. Where because I mean,
no one actually wears things.
No,
Everyone adds them.
not on purpose. Anyway, and a lot of times, they'll wear something, and then they end up naked.
Yeah. That's why I changed the double-click action to add by default instead of wear.
Yeah. Is it? It
Oh
must
man,
be
that is
add
a nice feature.
Must be add on Firestorm. 'Cause I've
No, in Firestorm.
No,
it's
actually,
wear.
maybe it's not. Yeah, I think it is wear, because I've accidentally double-clicked before. And
I know this because I have to go through non-zero effort to make sure all the default attachment points for things I sell in my store are not right hand.
yeah, I mean, I get people that, they're attaching things, and then they end up naked. And it's like, no, you have to add it.
That's not a problem in my view anymore.
I don't think that many people use your view at all.
No, just 3,000 users roughly.
That
That is compared to the normal user base of Second Life, which is roughly like, I don't know, 100 or 200,000 people
Right.
a month. Not very much.
Oh dang! I'm finally seeing that thing you mentioned like 2 hours ago, where every time you blink, your shadows disappear. I wasn't seeing that at all in Firestorm.
Well, maybe because your frame rate was so low that you actually didn't. okay, I should stop. I should stop. Maybe, just maybe, the shadows in Firestorm were so low resolution that you didn't notice it. Huh?
My shadows blink every now and then, but sometimes it's worse than other times. I think it depends on where I am.
Yeah, it also depends on the avatar. So, for example, the circle does it. That is because the eyes are linked to the rest of the body. So if I were to make it a separate object, it should theoretically fix it. Hopefully, that's my assumption. But it would be worth a try, I guess. But you would have to let everyone know that if this actually fixed this, or at least made it almost unnoticeable, then yeah, it would be a nice workaround for this.
I think a lot of people don't use shadows anyway.
Or maybe we should just fix avatar rendering. But then again, who's going to do it? I mean, Oz doesn't know about most of the stuff that is happening in the viewer. Last time
Yeah.
he asked me about avatars and stuff, he asked me, what is the difference between having an alpha mask on your default Linden body and toggling them off in the alpha thing menu in outfits? So I told him the difference is simple. When you use an alpha mask, you are, for some reason, because that's how the avatar alpha rendering works, you're still a solid body, at least for your shadows. So you can still see your shadows on the ground, even if you're completely invisible. But if you use the checkboxes to basically disable the body parts themselves, the shadows will turn invisible as well. That's basically the entire difference. He didn't know that. So
No, when you alpha something out, it's still rendering.
yeah, and that's shit.
Fuck, you
Shouldn't
guys
be like
remember
that.
I would imagine that it was even worse back when you used to have to use fucking alpha prims.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, please. I hope these things burned in hell long enough to never return. Oh no,
I don't
wait,
think
they made them.
they don't even work anymore, do they?
I think Firestorm made them work again, or was it Marine? I think Marine was it. At least adding an option to enable them again for some reason. I
Why?
don't know why. Yeah, why exactly? Why would you do that? They're just no one
The
sees
only
it.
the only thing that like you would do it for is to maintain like compatibility with those ancient furry avatars, and who cares about them? They look so bad.
Yeah, and you can easily just fix them.
Yeah, stuff doesn't get updated.
Yeah, they
People don't.
Invisiprims were never meant to work in deferred rendering, and they didn't at first. But then Lint Labs changed their mind and fixed them in deferred rendering, and then broke them again, and fixed them again, and then just removed them.
Yeah, I thought they just removed them.
Yeah, they added and removed them a few times.
Well, they don't like to break old content.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to make
Yeah.
better content.
Exactly. And no one's using that content anymore anyway.
Yeah, and again, you can just easily fix it. It's really not that much of a problem.
Oh, right. Yeah, you just make an alpha.
Yeah, but they, as Lint Labs, they do tend to make make problems bigger than they actually are. I don't know if you ever noticed it, but if you attach something to your left and right upper arm, you will see that one of them has an offset on the attachment point, given you put both attachments on 0, 0, 0.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's not just that on the upper arm, it's also on the upper leg and the shoulders, especially the shoulders. The shoulders are probably the biggest offset. And I fixed that. It's really just a matter of going into the character XML file and just changing these offset, because they did them on purpose for whatever fucking reason. And I told them to fix it, because it's an ancient issue, and it's causing content creators who create content that is not rigged a lot of problems, because they have to account for that offset.
right.
So I gave them a patch to fix this, and they basically argued with, yeah, but our real life bodies aren't perfect either, so why should it in Second Life? Maybe because we want to be perfect in Second Life. Maybe we want to have a perfectly mirrored, attachment slot on both sides. Maybe we want to wear our shoulder pads on, the same spot on both sides. No? Am I the only one?
That if I did any work like that, that would drive me nuts.
The actual thing why they really decline it is, it would break content.
Yep.
Their definition
Yeah, that's
of
their
break.
golden rule. Is like don't break
Yeah, their
content.
golden rule. Actually, what it would have done in most cases, the offsets are so small that the server basically would have auto-corrected them. In case of the shoulder and upper arm, where the offsets are much bigger, it would have been a tiny, mini, minor inconvenience at worst.
Yeah, then someone just got to move it over. Flip it over back to 0.
And it's not even hard at all,
Right.
because when all attachment points are perfectly mirrored, you could just drag it on 0, 0, 0 where it belongs to,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So it's really not a fucking problem. I even offered them a script and offered them to code the viewer to automatically do it for them. I offered them literally a script that detects on which attachment slot a object is attached to, and then corrects it given the offsets. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I literally fixed all of their problems. But no, they didn't want it, because it breaks content. Yeah, it breaks content. It causes a minor inconvenience at work.
Right.
Right.
Which most people probably wouldn't even notice either, anyway. Unless you're
Yeah,
really
which most people wouldn't even notice. That's the thing. And then I said, yeah, but if most people wouldn't notice, then why change it? Because there are people that notice, and these people are content creators, and they are pissed off by this. It's annoying. It's simply annoying to work with. And if you can't fix it, why not fix it? It's, it's an issue. It should be fixed.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah. I get the impression that everything that is broken is simply a feature, an undocumented feature.
Right, undocumented feature.
Sometimes Lyn Labs is just, either they're just really lazy, or they are so scared of their own community, of backlash of their own community, that they don't even want to fix things. Because they know exactly if they fuck up, everyone will be mad at them. But they should also know that people might be mad at them for, unbreaking something that was broken and used before. But people will at some point simply accept it and go with it. They will see the reason behind this and why it was fixed and that was necessary to fix.
They're not going to lose any users over it.
Yeah, no one's going to leave because of that. I mean,
no.
Just look at Second Life's history. Lyn Labs fucked up so many things, so horribly wrong. Did people leave? No. Second Life is still there. So why being scared of this?
The only time I heard about a lot of people leaving over some issue was the terms of service.
Yeah, but that's some shit, though.
Yeah. When a few years ago they said, it basically said in the terms of service that we own everything you make, and and they said that no, that's not really what we mean, but and we're going to fix it. And well, it took them 2 years to actually change that. And in those 2 years,
is something that is completely understandable since it's about marketing rights and copyright and all that stuff.
Right.
That's totally fine if you leave because of that, because that is some really deep shit right there. But
I mean, basically anything you make, they own and can do anything they want with it. Well, they didn't, and they did end up changing that, but it took them 2 years to do it.
Well, they were technically just making sure that in case of, stuff.
Cover their ass.
Yeah, to prevent being sued.
Well, it was because when they bought that other, when they had that other CEO, they were doing they were making some other games, and they bought a thing that was kind of like Steam.
Desura.
Yeah, that's it. And
Lyn Labs owns Desura?
Yeah, they do.
Yep. And they kind of made a single TOS to cover everything, which doesn't work. They need a TOS for SL and they need one for Desura, but they kind of made one to cover them both. And there's a lot of fear that there would be they're going to take all the content in SL and use it to make games.
Well, it's not exactly an unfounded fear. I mean, have you heard about all the instances of people's stuff on DeviantArt being sold to Chinese companies?
No, it's not a unfounded fear, and but they should have jumped on it sooner, because a lot of content creators did leave because of it.
Suck it up, it's the internet. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with lots of content that is being created here.
It's one thing if a Chinese company takes your art piece that you should be selling for thousands of dollars to American companies and uses it for free. It's another if DeviantArt takes it from you and then sells it to them and doesn't give you any of the profits.
Well, I guess it would depend on what their terms of service. If you're basically uploading it to them, then maybe they're It says that, you know,
Funny,
you're giving it to them.
Your argument is nonsensical. It would be like if Linden Labs were the ones who were selling it to the Chinese companies.
Right, but if their terms of service said, you know, whatever you upload is mine, you know, then that's what you agreed to.
Yeah, and like Niran said, that's a decent reason to stop doing anything in SL.
Yeah, it is. I mean, really, there's a lot of content here that's really good that someone could take and, you know, use in a game.
It's pretty few and far between, but yeah, there's some people like Blunderforge that make some pretty crazy things.
Like I said before, it's the internet, so if you want to keep it safe and secure and whatever, don't put it on the internet. It's kind of common knowledge now. It's like...
Zero!
Yes.
This is a different argument entirely. It's one thing if it's stolen from your fucking Tumblr. It's another thing if Tumblr themselves is selling it.
Yeah.
You know, you're using their service to make money, so it's like, hey, it's on our server. Yoink. It all goes back to the same thing. It also the same thing. If it's on the internet,
sketchy
then
shit.
it's sketchy.
I mean, if they're only hosting it.
That's all I'm saying.
You
can't
can-
trust
you
anything
can
on
still
the
own
internet,
it.
so it's your fault.
You can
for
still
using
own it, and they host it.
And you're a dumbass.
But at least
put
with
it
something
on
like
the internet.
Tumblr, you can. At least with something like Tumblr, you.
So
can
then by your
actually
logic,
quit
you
that
can't do
code.
anything ever.
If you want to
Right.
be like, yeah, no, you can't. If you want to keep your stuff safe and secure and it's mine, you can just look at it, then you can't, don't put it on the internet. That's just dumb. And it's common knowledge. I don't see why people are still getting uppity like, oh my
Well,
God,
it's-
like they never know this.
No, because there's laws. There's laws that protect.
I love how people say that, like, oh, the laws are going to protect us. The laws are just a piece of paper. It's like a restraining order. It's not going to stop the person from
Well-
coming over and hitting you in the face.
No, but then you can sue them if they do.
Well, you'll be dead. But so, I'm just
Well,
saying,
then you're talking about
it makes no sense. It's
someone
just there
steals.
for a
Someone
peace of
steals
mind.
your car, and you know they stole your car. You can sue them for damages.
It's like, why would you, if you have, I forget it. Explain it. to
Zero.
me.
If someone stole
That's like
all your
saying
real life work,
any internet-based company
you don't care about
is a bad
anything you
idea.
make on Second Life. But if someone stole all your real life work and then started selling it themselves and making money off of it,
If somebody
would you be
stole-
upset about that?
It depends on how I was selling my real life work.
Well, if you're a photographer using film, developing the pictures.
If I was a
selling
photographer
them.
using film, then I wouldn't use the internet. Because
Right,
then
but then
anybody
what
would
if someone
be...
Well,
broke into your house?
So if somebody...
Well,
Look at it this way: if whoever you were using like one of these development, like film developing stores to develop your photos,
Right.
if they then started selling your photos from copies that they'd made because they had the film while they were developing it, you'd be pissed, and you would be taken into court. Otherwise, you'd be a dumbass.
Yeah, it's a much better
Right.
analogy.
That's what the laws. Why we have laws, so you can take them to court and say, no, this was mine. You took it.
I'm back.
I mean, it doesn't stop them from doing it, but it lets you recover.
I agree with your general argument that getting super, super upset over random people on the internet stealing your stuff and then using it for fun is dumb. But
Yeah.
that's not what we're talking about.
Don't you get snippy at me, damn it. Let's see. Okay.
Why do I think of Maitreya and Beliza when I think about all this copyright stealing stuff? Maybe because they don't give you mod rights.
And then they don't give out the dev kids to anyone.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
you have to sign this stupid contract thingy and copyright stuff and all. Why? Why would you do all this? This is bullshit.
Well, they don't want to be ripped off.
That's That's bullshit.
So then we all have to go to zero.
Yeah, yeah.
The pirated duck.
And then you gotta cut. Then it's people like me that gotta make fan kits, so you don't have to go through that bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a point where it's like the whole ruling with an iron fist thing. You close your fist too hard, you squish all the eggs out.
Wow,
You lose it
that's, Rohan, that's kind of shit. Yeah, the thing is, I can totally understand what they want. They obviously don't want people to steal their stuff. That's fine and dandy and all, but the thing is, if you lock everything, especially the deaf kids, behind so much limitations and things you have to go through, that's counterproductive for your product you want.
Yeah.
And then what pisses me off the most is what people are seem to be glossing over. That in order to sign that contract, I'm pretty sure it was with the Maitreya company, you have to give them your real life information, like your name and your address. And they're like, oh, so nobody's realizing that this is data collection, right? They can totally use that information for God knows whatever they want, all because you want to put on some sexy pasties for a character on this game. But I'm the bad guy.
Well, they won't be able to sue you.
Well, yeah, but they're still using it for whatever they want. They can oh, well, I'm this person, here's my address, and fill in whatever. I'm pretty sure that has to go against some TOS.
It doesn't really. I mean, it's kind of outside.
As I understand it, it's also completely unenforceable.
Yeah.
It is unnecessary.
Yeah, they
Somebody
can't
you
actually
need a picture of
enforce
your
a contract like
passport,
that.
all that. That's God, whatever.
Well, they cannot give you the dev kit, though. That's up to them. You don't want to sign their paper.
Yeah, we talked about this before. You know I don't care about this shit.
It's not just unnecessary. It's also it's this entire you don't have mod rights, so you can't fix things. Let's just call them problems that the content creators implemented in their content, such as these onion skin meshes. Why can't I just remove the I don't know, 10 or 20 layers? I know it's just like 5 or 4 or something, but why can't I remove the extra layers if I don't use them?
I think that's just a matter of willful ignorance.
One good thing about aesthetic. If you want to use these layers, you actually add them, like as an item of clothing.
Oh, they're separate? That is pretty nice.
The clothing layer, you get the body, and then you can put on the tattoo layer, then you put on the clothing layer if you want to use that. The only problem is, you can't get the dev kit, so you can't make anything for them.
Banana Pudding in My Belly, apparently he, accosted the owner of Belisa about why they make their stuff no mod, and presented plenty of evidence and arguments about why setting their bodies to no mod is, it does absolutely nothing to stop piracy, and then asked why they still did it, and their answer was because it stops piracy.
Can I just go there and then just steal their body right in front of them and then dance around like, hey, look at me. I got your body. Totally stop the piracy.
How do they think people are stealing it?
I don't know.
There is
you would be so surprised with why people who think that copybots work with scripts. So I'm like, why is
there are lots of OpenGL ripping programs which
but they have nothing to do with permissions.
Yeah, exactly. It makes me laugh.
Ninja Ripper go.
She's like,
right.
how is it? I'm like, why is this script? Why is this some no scripts enabled? It's like, oh, it's to stop copybotters.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, okay.
You just kind of stare at him like, yep, putting this microwave in my shirt. Like, yes, this is totally stopping me right now.
Oh, listen to this one. I actually had someone tell me that to not use red textures because red lags more than any other color.
Oh, that's awesome!
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that the same? Is that like the reason a red car costs more to insure because matches. Apparently, red cars go faster. Red cars get in more accidents.
Well, that's just science. Everybody knows that's true.
Yeah,
Told me that red legs.
red legs, mom. I like that.
I'm gonna start telling newbies that.
Don't do that, Gab, you butt. Leave those kids alone.
Belisa? I think it was Belisa or Maitreya. I asked them what's up with the almost crashing or system-wide driver freeze when you right-click one of their meshes, and they were like, yeah, well, some hardware can't handle it. And I was on the verge of just going complete apeshit on them, because they are literally telling me that my hardware is incapable of right-clicking their mesh. Some hardware is incapable of doing so. Oh yes, some hardware. So what hardware is actually capable of right-clicking their meshes then? Maybe some NASA computers? No? I don't know.
Oh man, even better. I had someone, I mentioned that in local chat, and the person wearing it got super butthurt. Said, "That's an anti-theft feature, you retard."
Oh my
Nice.
God! Yes, that's true. You got the people who are like, all right, now I know for a fact this was happening in the what group is that? Builders, Master Builders. Yeah, she's like,
Builders Brewery?
No, hang on, let me look at it real quick. I know I'm in here. It's
Anti-theft
SL
feature,
Master Builders. So I was in there, and she's like, I make all of my prims, hire me for the job, because I make all of my prims, all my meshes, at least 15K, 15K to 20K, 25K max. That way it prevents people with copy bots from extracting it out. Because I've read that copy bots can't extract stuff that is 15K high as a minimum. So I make the highest quality things for you. So everybody's like, ooh, I was like, don't do it, please. We can still steal it if we wanted to. And they're like, how would you know? I'm like, because I'm a copy botter and I know.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, we can take it if you want to. There's ways. So stop making Second Life laggy. There's no point.
Yeah, there's always a way. I mean, if it's transmitted to your computer,
Yeah.
you can take it.
And even if it's not, there will be a way shortly.
Yeah, it's so stupid. What stupid arguments and excuses people find to just being lazy.
Yeah,
Wow, it's just unbelievable.
a little bit of information is a dangerous thing.
I really like that quote.
Yeah, that is the problem, Rohan.
Yeah, especially as content creators. You know, you should know your stuff.
I can't talk so much about furry content creators because, yes, we are going into that territory again. It is mostly, in fact, human content creators who do this, who have either no idea of what they're doing,
Furries don't wear clothes.
or close, but or are simply just ignorant to the fact that it doesn't do anything good for either them nor the customer who's buying this shit. And that's
It's not even just the customer; it's everybody. Everybody that has a look at their stuff.
It impacts everyone, and that's something most people don't understand. Every time I tell them, they're like, but how am I supposed to know? I'm just the customer. Yeah, but you as the customer are just as important to preventing this by simply not buying said broken or
Well, sometimes you don't know, though. You don't know. That you don't have the
I can probably
information.
understand that it's sometimes really hard, and that if you pay shitloads of money for it, that you hardly don't want to give it away that easy. But it's kind of a learning process. You buy something shit, and then you should learn from that experience. You should be able to tell next time that, hey, this kind of stuff seems to be shit. I should probably take a look at these kind of things.
I mean, especially if you buy it off the marketplace.
Yes. The worst
you don't know what you're getting.
You can get demos of Beleza and Maitreya, so that is really not a problem at all. You can see that they are shit. You can literally see it.
You mean the avatars or the clothes?
Well, the avatar itself.
Oh, well, yeah, you see, the problem
I don't know about the clothes.
Well, hopefully they'll update when the baking comes out.
Well, apparently Beleza actually has a version of their Freya avatar that's the same thing, but without any of the onion layers.
Yeah, light.
And
Ooh.
they released it specifically because people complained so much. So that's what I've heard. I don't know their thought processes for it, but, you know.
So, yeah, there's to that. The thing with clothes is clothes are really dependent on the mesh they are created for. So if you have this super high poly Maitreya, Beleza, whatever mesh, you kind of are forced to create equally high poly clothes for it.
That is very true.
And that is the problem. That is the problem. So basically you have to make sure that the base content, the body you're buying, is already perfectly, well, maybe not perfectly, but at least somewhat optimized. So the content you're building on this base mesh is equally good optimized. I know you can obviously make it worse, but at least it has decent optimization to start on.
Do those bodies have normal maps?
Usually no.
Really? So that's see they could.
You say if you're building something that's already like 100,000 triangles, why would you bother with a normal map?
Yeah, well, I mean, they could lower
Give them ideas.
They could have lowered the poly count.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with the one I'm working on at the moment. I'm going to use the normal map to have all of the actual detail. I'm going to.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
Trying to aim to get under 15,000 triangles.
So normal maps only work if you got the right lighting on it, right?
And that goes back to
there wasn't really any light, but
If you look at my avatar uses normal maps, and they do add a lot of detail that is actually not there.
Right.
Like the fur on the chest and on their arms.
Now if you don't have the lighting on, then you don't see any of that.
Yeah, so
if you
don't
have
nice, smooth
fur
little
on, you
play
always.
down.
Obviously, if you don't have the fur on, you won't see it. But that's just materials, you know.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can do a lot of normal maps.
Yeah, I mean that's basically you're faking a lot more polygons.
It's not the ultimate solution to everything, but it does offer a lot of things you can do with it if you do them right. That is.
Well, it cuts down a huge amount of actual surface calculation.
Detailed polygons. Yeah.
Yeah. You just need to like the silhouette to look right.
Well, like I said before, you bums, quit bitching about it and start teaching people about it.
I do teach people. Have you not looked at my pics?
Pics my ass. I'm talking about, make a video. That's how people learn these days.
The videos already exist. People either can't be asked to look for them, can't be asked to put it into practice.
Make it common. Make them common.
Well, no,
it is common. There's at least 1,000 different tutorials on how to do normal maps in Blender.
What she's trying to say is we need to make more videos with these 14 years old childs that are crying like fucking crazy and saying something like, "Yo, bros, what's up? You want a tutorial for this shit? Yeah, let's go right into it. Yeah." That's what they want.
There is a bit of a disconnect between the actual good professional tutorials and how to apply those techniques to Second Life.
How about you go to YouTube and look up Go to YouTube and look up Second Life, and you'll find a bunch of trolling videos.
No, you just go to Medi's channel, and he's got everything that's Second Life related.
Whatever. Other.
I have to admit,
You've got some good stuff, but you don't have anything about normal maps and stuff like that.
That's because I don't know anything about them.
Would you like me to teach you?
Fuck no. I got that do the bump thing. You know, run it through the machine, let it bump it for you, and then apply.
Haha. See, you don't want to learn. You tell others to teach you.
Yeah, I
but
tell
you don't
y'all
want
to
learn.
do it.
That's
Yeah, I guess that's right. I am quite the
there's a problem.
I own it. I'm a hypocrite. I admit it. But yeah, I guess. Only because, Gab, you always, like, yell, make me feel dumb. You know, like...
Sorry. I don't mean to make you feel dumb.
You make me feel dumb, and you got that tone that just, like... And look at this! Look at it. Learn it. Stop being stupid and do it right. But I don't know how to. Do it right!
Well, you're pretty lucky then that I'm not teaching you, because I would be a lot worse than that. If I was in control of Second Life, I would ban people for making bad content.
That's not fair. Then it would get in that whole
You got
you
judged.
judge to say what's good or what's bad. You jackass.
I would literally control and check every single mesh item that was ever uploaded manually, even if it takes me 20 years to do so, and I would.
I would do nothing but upload nothing but penis.
So we upload
Various
something and it's not
sizes,
available
shapes, and
for like
twists.
another month.
I would
Trust me, I would be really, really bad about this.
I want to do that. I want to make nothing but penises just for you to upload. If you did that, I'd be like, penis number 1,608, 7 inches, slightly twisted to the left with a bump.
I can tell you that I made penises too, but I made them properly.
This penis isn't made properly. Take it back. Take it back.
This penis has too many polygons. And this penis has too few polygons. Add more.
It's gotta hold up a lot of weight. It needs the polygons. Oh my god.
You're telling me this is supposed to look like a penis? This looks like a cylinder, but not a penis. Fix it, or you'll be banned forever.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I don't know.
Yeah, I would totally do that. I would totally do that. If you sold something on the marketplace that is supposed to be a dick and it doesn't look like a dick because it's basically just a cylinder, I would be really mad at you.
Oh wow.
First, I would be taking away the rights to, your rights to post stuff on the marketplace, and if you continue selling that shit, I would take away your rights to build or edit objects, so you're basically forced to buy pre-built shit, and if you still continue to somehow, I don't know how, but if you still somehow manage to continue making shit content, I will just ban you. It's that easy, really.
From the Thingiverse. I know this one.
What would you do about this, huh?
Well, I would ask you if you are serious about this thing and if you were going to actually use and or sell it, and if so, I would probably be really mad at you. Because if you sold it as serious object, as serious avatar, I would really be mad at you. If it was just some joke item no one's ever really going to use for serious reasons, then that's okay.
That is seriously artsy. I want it. Can I have it?
Sure.
Gone bad or something.
All I did, I was trying to make a wireframe version of the Kobold, and I did the bevel modifier a little too far from the body.
Ooh. Say no more. I understand. Alright, so
for some reason the bevel...
anything else, like, significant? We are at 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds now.
I wonder why your pussy exploded like that. What's the reason for that?
What?
Yeah, the kobold.
Oh.
Why did the...
I really don't know why Blender does this, but if there are two edges that are really close together, when you bevel them, they go insane, like this.
Oh, okay.
Most of the really long spikes are on the nipples, where I have a lot of close edges.
Yeah, I see that. So, I think we can all agree that we should call this the Pussy Explosion.
Pussy Nova?
The Pussy Nova. Well, actually, that would actually fit because the Avatar creators company basically is called Orange Nova, so
Yeah, that's
it
why I got
would
that from
kind of
Shaq.
fit. Yeah, Pussy Nova. Pussy Nova Explosion.
Oh.
Oh?
No, I was trying to figure out what beta was in my inventory, and that's what beta is in my inventory.
Apparently it's a beta.
Yes.
Oh. That looks cool.
This is what I was trying to make with that other thing.
Wow. I remember somebody did something like that back in the day of Sculpties. It was like one big rainbow moving human. And it was like super beautiful and mind-blowing at the time.
Oh man, there's if you look around there's a method of making an entire body out of text dots with like the LSL text, floating text.
Yeah, I see that all the time. My friend has one. His arm is like that, and then he went full Avatar.
I have no idea how the fuck that works, but I think it looks really cool.
I think I might have it if you want a full perm one, if you want to study it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a look at the script.
Just give me a second. I gotta dig through it. He gave me like a buttload of avatars.
Well, I assume it's probably a lot of objects and a lot of scripts having hover text and
Well, you can take
probably
the scripts out.
Yeah, probably all offsetted to a lower position to have the text being positioned where the actual attachment should be, because you can't, have the text being on the prim. It's always...
Hopefully one day we can
Maybe.
get text on a prim.
What?
Instead of 14 years.
Beat it, you perv!
Are you okay?
No! I'm sorry. I forgot my mic was on while I was spazzing out at this guy looking up my dress.
More like looking under your dress. The old conventional way.
Oh, quit de-rendering it. It's not here.
Why would I do that? I only de-render and make furries naked. I'm not interested in humans at all.
She's not a human.
You don't have to de-render.
Yeah, it's worse than a
Furries.
human. It's a Nico thing.
Don't you dare! How rude! Good
Furries don't need to
sir.
wear
If
clothes.
I wasn't a lady, I would say some choice words for that. Stinking Neko. No, it's a Lin.
Yeah, which boils down to a Nico, but yeah.
No, a Lin is not a Neko.
Well, it's a human with a tail. Ears.
Well, a Nico by definition is a human with some very particular features of a animal,
No,
such
a
as
Neko
ears
is
and
a
tail.
Neko is a cat.
Yeah, first of all, Neko's a cat and Jeff.
Not always.
But
They are
If you actually pay attention to the translation of the word, it is always a cat.
Yeah, they're dirty
Yeah,
humans.
but
dirty,
Yeah, Nekos
greasy,
are
ugly
cats, but-
humans with greasy, ugly tails, and for some reason, oil
Yes, but
body. Look,
But I'm not talking about the real definition of Neko. I'm talking about the general definition of what a Neko is, since we only know about humans, furries, and of course the in-between thing, which would be Nekos, which includes not just pads.
you call me a Neko one more time, I swear. I will pretend.
Well, everything that is not a human and everything that is not a furry is a Neko for me. It doesn't matter if it's a cat or
What if they're
furry.
a robot?
I tend to agree.
Well, a robot is, well, a robot, I guess.
What if they're an alien?
Oh, for fuck's sake, just
Well,
take it off.
that's an alien, I guess. But I would probably say it's a humanoid avatar, unless it looks like something that resembles a furry. So if it's like an, I don't know, fox alien or something, then it would probably be more like a furry, I suppose.
Yeah, I just. took it
So
off.
technically, a robot is a human.
Wow, we got a long way from talking about deferred rendering.
Yeah.
If this thing goes to 4 hours, I swear.
See you, Ron.
See,
Well, everything
Post,
is
you're gonna
intertwined.
post all this on the.
Yeah, it's the after party.
The after parties are always the best part about the
Yeah.
parties.
They are.
They don't usually go on for 4 hours.
Okay, see you, Rohan.
They always go on for 4 hours. they usually move from sim to sim for a while and end up going on and
Oh, you should have said
And talk
something.
so
We
well
could have
in the
been
morning.
talking instead of, me trying not to, to resist the urge to become a griefer. I'm glad they were able to help you.
Is that why you teleported Cold Chase in?
I didn't teleport him in.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I can't teleport or open up my friends list because there are people who are like, I want to be your friend, Bunny, but don't let anybody know that. So I can't teleport people in. Oh God, no, not the next hour. Hopefully, in the next couple minutes. Fudge. I need my avatar back.
I know how we can waste more time.
No, you don't.
Oh, I do. So, and it even fits into the content creation thing, kinda. So, what do you think about a way to pose and animate in Second Life directly on your avatar, or any avatar for that matter?
I remember there was
That
a
would-
system that already does that, and it's pretty fun.
Yeah, there is a product out there that does it. Not very well.
But it does it, which is fun.
Yeah.
It was fun up until I realized how to do it in Blender.
It is nice to do it in world because you can fit your, because in Blender you don't know how big things are or whatever.
Yeah, I do that in Blender. I just extract everything around
Yeah,
me and
you
put
can
it in
include
Blender.
the avatar and the shape.
Yeah.
So, what I'm specifically talking about is obviously a free alternative, because I'm really, really not a fan of these HUDs that make you pay shitloads of money for something that should really be free. So, I guess this is relevant.
If you can implement that in the viewer, that'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of already did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Is
I did the thing that Lind Labs was incapable
viewer
of doing.
available?
Yes. And the
Like, do
video
I have it
also-
installed right now?
And it actually makes a.
The video is obviously a very early experimental version. I was just very happy about it working, so I decided to show it.
You can do it without sliders?
No, that. Well, you can type in the numbers directly, but
Well, I mean, if you could do it with
the
like-
translation tool, yes. I'm actually thinking about adding that if that's even possible. But I assume it could be possible, because that would be the next step of doing so. You can basically, rotate the bones directly on your avatar.
Yeah,
That would
yeah,
be
that's
really cool. That's kind of the thing I'm aiming for, yeah.
if
Oh shit.
if you're having a problem translating the now, what do you output? Do you output like a DVH or A&M or what?
It's currently outputting nothing at all. It
doesn't output anything.
You can't export it right now. That is also planned. And
But yeah, it's kind of useless
the
without that.
good news first. Lim Labs is also interested in. It is, yes. And by the way, Lim Labs is interested in getting it, although with a slightly different feature set than I originally planned, because Lint Labs and they have all these thoughts about copybotting and stuff, because technically you can use it to copybot animations.
You could, but in a very not an easy way.
in a very
You could do it in exactly the same
Right,
way as
I
you
mean, it
can. To steal animations, all you gotta do is take a video of someone using the animation you like, then motion trace it in Blender.
Yeah.
It's easy enough.
Right. I mean,
But the thing is, the original feature was a window that I planned to allow listing all motions that are currently played on any avatar, and allowing these motions to be saved into a list, a temporary list that allows you to play them on other people or yourself. This, for example, allows you to go
Well, I
to
can
a shop,
see
such
why they
as-
Yeah, I can totally
Yeah.
see why they would say no to that one, because then you can just go to
Yeah.
the animation store and be like, load up on poses, put this on here, come back to here, take our pictures, pose, save money.
Yeah, but that's exactly the reason why I did this. The thing is, you can go into
Well-
a shop.
but you're copybotting. You're basically copybotting. Yeah, basically.
No, the thing is, it's all local, so you can't you can't just
It don't matter. I mean, you can
you can't just
Right.
summon.
you just need that
things
picture
out of
for a
nowhere.
second.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's really temporary. No one can see it, so that's the downside of it.
No, it don't need to
but
be.
that's
As long
all-
as you can see it, you can just be like, okay, go into this pose
I
store,
guess
get the
you take a-
picture,
Yeah, but-
take a picture, and then that's it. When that animation was like 50L, so it's like, oh, that person lost money because the person just pretty much came in here, took my animation, and went.
No, actually, that's the same argument as pirating games. Someone who does that was never a customer. He was never a potential customer in the first place, so you never lost anything.
That's true. Yeah, I agree with that.
But that's again not the point. The thing is, you can literally go into a shop and save that running animation you like so much, then stand up from that post stand, run around, and while running around, play that animation on yourself locally to check if the animation actually matches up with your walk or
Well, you
run.
could do that already, though.
You can?
Yeah, in the Animation Explorer.
Yeah. I mean, actually, I can't res here.
We could move over to Muran's Sin next door.
Oh, is that his next door?
Yeah.
It's on the other sim right there. It's
Oh.
possible you can res over there.
Because, like with the AO, the built-in the LSL AO. Now, let me see if I can. This might work.
Oh, real quick, sorry if I insulted all you Neko people. Just had a bad experience with Nekos as I grew up in Second Life. They were all gross and mean. so I'm sorry. I'm sure you guys aren't like that now.
Yeah, I don't know about what Firestorm does. I know Firestorm has these Explorer things where you can see all kinds of things, but that was definitely
Well,
not.
you can get a list of current animations playing.
Oh!
You know, who else?
Save them and replay them later.
No, you cannot.
Thank you.
So you can't do it, technically.
You basically you get a list of VUIDs, which I don't even know why they have the function in LSL because.
Does it show the UUIDs for animations?
Yeah, it does. But you can't play them through. You can't play them through UUID.
Unless you
So-
got a
You can't?
Unless.
Well, my window could do that. It still can. You just basically have to edit the XML file and add the button back because it's still there.
Hey,
And
Bubbles.
with that button, you could play animations, again, only local, but you could play them locally with those UUIDs,
You know,
which-
the meeting is long over. This is the after party where people.
which was
go
kind of
on.
part of the thought from us that
How do,
copy button.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Try to touch this box right here.
Yeah, it's attached.
Touch it again.
No, don't worry about it. We have been focused
Okay,
on
now-
amethyst junk the
Yeah.
whole time. So,
If you turn your AO off,
oh, sorry.
you
Oh, I don't
should
have an AO.
walk like me and stand like. No, it only play one stand because it's. But walk around.
YouTube is gonna be like, nope.
That. Okay, that's not. I don't think that worked.
Seem to be stuck.
Okay, maybe it doesn't work like this. I know if I res it, then you can touch that, and then you get my AO and log off.
Well, this sim also has scripts disabled, so it might.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that my AO is actually working, which it didn't.
Yeah, it's anything that takes controls still work. No script errors.
Yeah, but it couldn't take controls because I logged in here, so it shouldn't be working, but yeah.
But yeah, see, I've got my AO is detached right now, and yet
Yeah, I
still
can
works.
detach my AO too.
Yeah. And you know, I know if I res it on the ground and have like my alt touch it, then my alt gets the AO for the duration of its time.
I
it's
didn't
logged
check
in.
if I scripted my AO to take the controls of the touch or if it's just the owner. Let's see. I think I used the owner, but I could change it to the toucher, so you could basically walk around with my AO. That would be kind of funny. Let's see. Is it?
Damn.
I have for a long time wanted to.
Sperms take controls.
Yeah, mine was actually set to whoever touches it.
Time changed. Attach. Request permissions. Oh, okay. No. I changed my arrow long ago, so it doesn't spam me with those stupid I want to take controls thing, so it only takes controls, or asks you to take control when you actually attach it.
Yeah, which shouldn't ask at all if you're attached.
You should.
Yeah,
We have a
That's
class
kind
on
of the
that.
thing. It doesn't ask, yeah, but
See,
know what I
mine
mean.
doesn't take controls at all.
well, I wouldn't be taking controls either.
Because it's
But
just
I-
using that and
But I need those controls. Otherwise, the underwater thing and the
right.
jump thing
Yeah.
isn't working.
Yeah, the swimming and stuff. Yeah, mine doesn't swim.
Also, why the fuck can't we strafe while we're jumping? Why haven't they fixed that? Why is this still
Why can't we walk backwards?
I mean,
Why do we walk at 15 miles an hour?
you literally can't jump to the left or to the right. Why? This is stupid.
Well, you can jump about 10 meters, too.
Yeah, okay.
Just think of Second Life
You
as a
can't-
whole new planet where the constraints of
You
Earth
could also
apply
jump
to
100
it.
meters if you just spam the jump.
Oh, yeah. You,
Yeah,
prim jump it, right?
Prim
Yeah.
jumps.
yeah, not just the prim jump, also the this physic error or whatever.
Yeah.
This is when
You bounce.
when you're skipping animations and when you can
Yeah.
jump super high. It's weird. I actually wanted to ask Vio when this is going to be fixed, but oh well.
Yeah, probably never.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be able to jump that high.
Exactly.
I mean,
Actually,
you're talking about, 35 feet in the air from a stand.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It would be nice if each sim could set the physical properties of avatars,
Yeah.
like runs and that kind of stuff. So you could actually make like a platformer kind of thing where you have to use prim jumps to get around.
Or set the gravity.
You got health, and that's all
Then
you're going
we
to
just need to fix the 200 milliseconds ping, and we're good to go.
Well, yeah, don't hold your breath on that one.
Well, I mean, there's also
What's up?
the whole-
Well, I can actually get about 100.
Yeah, I'm getting 200 plus even. Wow. No.
Yeah, it depends on where you are in the world.
Yeah, Germany's on the other place of the planet.
Well, actually, the 200 milliseconds is actually pretty good for Germany.
I saw better pings. 200 is
they're-
actually really bad for American-based servers.
Wait a minute. Who
Although,
just
wait, aren't the servers in... I thought the servers are in Germany, aren't they?
No,
Oh,
Aren't they in
it's just
California?
the
no, they're way. yeah, the assets, yeah. The servers
But that's
are
why I get all my
like
stuff
in
so fast.
Arizona. Well, they have content delivery. They have them all over the place.
Yeah. They should really, put some Sims on.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should put some, and then you're connecting to a, German server or whatever, and then.
I would really like to see a 60 milliseconds ping or better.
Oh, I don't think you would.
Okay,
I'm in
okay,
America. I'm
hang
not
on.
that far away, and I'm getting.
Hang on.
So.
We're now at the 3-hour, 56-minute, and 6-second mark. Please wrap up whatever dumb stuff y'all want to talk about. We're going into 4 hours.
Oh, yeah. You know,
We're gonna make it 5 hours, eh?
Don't you
we
dare!
don't drift away
YouTube's
from
gonna be
the
like, no,
original
you can't
topic.
upload anymore. You beat it.
Well, we actually did get off track of the original topic, which was the posing feature. So I guess we should just continue with that and continue. So yeah, the posing thing, right now it allows you to pose all bones, and I mean all bones, all the bent bones,
All the kinds of
every
bones.
single
That would be actually really good for like facial expressions and hands.
That's another reason why I can't wait for the Fenrir avatar to actually release, because it has face bones and all that stuff. But
So there's the
anyway,
all.
Yeah, you get if you can export on that, then
I want the snake.
I would be using Reviewer more.
So adorable when it comes out.
well, first I need to get all the other stuff working. I just got the first steps of the animator working, which is basically just a gesture editor in disguise, although much simpler than that. But it works exactly the same. You just define a pose you want to load, then add a wait time and a repeat so it repeats the animation from the start, and that's basically it.
So you can't do frames then.
Yeah, you basically do snapshots.
Mm.
And this could later be extended to export it into something like BVH or Anim. That is actually what LinLabs wants.
Well, that would, it's without that, it's not that useful. Besides, making some pictures or whatever.
And that's its actual original use, I suppose. Making poses and posing for pictures or maybe videos. That's also another thing that I needed. The weighting of bones and the ability to add and disable bones. That is something I just recently got to work. I can now just set an override.
What? You want to weight bones inside a cell?
No, not that weighting.
Oh.
Because
You can set each individual bone's weight, how much it should be weighted.
To affect the animation.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
The actual animation weighting, and you can change that. That is the next step, which I'm going to do. But currently, you can literally just take your arm and put it on your head, and then just walk around with that, with your arm being on your head all the time. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Others would see that?
They don't see it because it's not sent over the server, but I told Oz about that, and I would really like to see that.
Oh yeah, you would need them to add that.
Exactly. I could technically make it being sent over viewers, but then it would be a viewer internal feature, which would only work on the viewers that have this feature implemented. Which
They wouldn't let you do that.
I want.
They wouldn't let you do that.
Well, Firestorm does it too.
Do they?
They do a lot of these things.
What?
They did in the past, and they still do. You can, the developers or the supporters can ask you for your
for
example.
your specs, yeah.
That is one of these features. The other feature was Catsnap, for example, had this request teleport that before it was official before it was official, Catsnap had this feature already, and it was a viewer internal feature that.
Well, I think that's fine, but they don't. WinRAR doesn't generally like you to put stuff in the viewer that it's supposed to, so everybody can see the same thing, sort of.
Actually, the thing is, the biggest concern about this feature, and why I'm ultimately not allowed to use this feature to animate others, at least not anymore, is because people must always be in control of what their avatar does, and they must always be in control of what others see their avatar doing. So if I make them pose and have their head between their legs,
I can see that.
But no one can see it, so I could technically make fake snapshots of people doing something, like certain gestures, and I can see that.
Just pose yourself right behind somebody, and then on your end, bend them over and animate yourself fucking them. Take pictures.
That is actually something I could do, yes. I just have to remove a single if, and everything is ready to go. I mean, I had this feature before, so I just was forced to remove it. Sadly, and literally everyone disliked this choice of LinLab. But yeah, I see why they wanted it removed. I can totally see that people would. some people would abuse it. Yes, but there are always people abusing certain things. So,
Well, yeah, before they add any like feature, they always have to think how are people going to abuse this thing, and that's why we don't have nice things.
yeah, that's why we don't have nice things, indeed.
I still say we
because
should
they
do it and then wait for them to abuse it. I mean, we don't know they're going to abuse it. They might
No,
not.
they're going to abuse it.
Like, well, you know they're going to do it.
It's the internet. They're going to abuse it. The internet in the first day.
We
The first 24 hours, it will be abused.
Can we enjoy it for just a little bit and then worry about it like later when it becomes too big of a problem?
That is exactly how I do all my stuff. I simply do it and then, well, don't actually worry about anything because I don't fucking care about it.
When they added the teleport by script, and it was only on like Magnum servers, and they had people teleporting other people without their permissions, and like the next week it was only it was owner only, and they just nerfed the whole function all to hell.
It would have been nice
That
for
was
a match
basically-
or something or playing a game. You step on it and you get teleported back to the beginning.
Yeah, well, now with the experience, you can do that kind of stuff, but it was
Somebody would
a
explain.
year before they added that.
But the entire experience stuff is bullshit because you have to be a special certified content creator and you have to be premium, I think, too.
Yeah, you have to be premium. Yep. You don't have to be anything. I mean, you don't have to be anything special. You just have to be premium, and then you just
So what
get
are
it. It's not like they.
Since we're
It's
already
basically
at the 4 hour mark.
it's basically it's a set of permissions that you grant once, and then any object in the experience can do that thing without can animate your avatar or temporarily attach something to you or teleport you or anything. All those permission things, anything but debit permissions, can do without asking you again.
It's really, really nice, and I wish they'd let us use it without having to. Well, actually, no. I mean, I would pay for a premium membership just to be able to use it, but the problem is they only let you have one.
Yeah. I just realized that you have one so a while ago. I was gonna make another one and try some things out.
Well, Gabe,
but you also get access to like a huge database that you can read and write to.
Not that I ever thought about getting premium, but now I'm definitely not going to get premium. Because that's bullshit.
Well, it's because it can be used for for abuse quite a bit,
like
and
everything.
yeah, but so they they opened up this thing that can be used to abuse, but they so they make it so they basically have to know who you are to be able to use it, and then they can
I
take
should
it
just
away.
ask us if he can, give me
He'd probably hook you up
experiences
with.
without being premium. Because, I'm a Vue developer. I should get
Yeah,
some
he'd probably hook you
special
up.
permissions and stuff.
Technically, with the current exchange rate, premium is only $20 a year because you have to pay $75 and then they give you $55 back in Linden.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, wait, what? How the hell am I paying
Yeah,
that
they-
much? I forgot. I'm doing a yearly thing.
They pay you. Yeah, they pay you a little stipend every week. or
But
whatever.
they also know exactly
Don't.
that
Oh
people are
God,
going
they
to
pay
waste that
you a
money on
stipend.
shit.
You get 300 300L a week.
Right, but it adds up.
Yeah, that's okay. Now
Well, you
I
got-
forget.
About $1. It's about $1 a week.
Like $1.10 a week for
Yeah,
52
something like
weeks.
that.
Adds up to about $55.
Yeah,
Do you know how much it costs to go to your
if you were to save it and sell it when the market's good.
We should all get premium for a year and abuse the system. Just to show them that everything is abusable and that it doesn't fucking matter and that we should.
Right, well, they can take it away from you, and then they can ban you.
Wow. But why? I paid them money.
I don't know. It's nothing really fancy. I've been a premium member for like 10 years now. Nothing fancy.
I've been premium for about a year now. When Experience came out, I wanted that. So
And that is exactly why I won't get premium.
I'm
Because
so
I don't see any upsides of it.
Well, you get
there's not
the
there's not
premium
much.
premium sandboxes. You get to work alone
Wow.
and
Oh,
quiet
yeah, I've never
without
been
all
to those.
those.
Every now and then they have some premium gifts that are newbie crap.
Garbage.
Yeah. You get a Linden Home.
I was you
which
get a
is
fancy
crap.
Linden
Complete
home.
shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that complete garbage of a home.
Well, you get
Yeah.
you
yeah.
still
in
get
a very crowded sim.
You know,
That's
you can.
because hey, okay. You do
I go to
get
mine
you do
about
get a
once a
Linden
year.
home. You still get that free 512 parcel. I mean, like
Just think about it like
credit.
this, okay?
what's that?
You go onto the Bitbucket source page, get the viewer source, then get all the necessary stuff like Visual Studio, follow the Wikipedia page, and set everything up. Then make your own viewer, get it TPV compliant, which is really easy, and then you pass to us about a parcel on that sim over there, and he'll give you a parcel with something like 900 or 1,000 prims for free.
Yeah, neat.
Seriously? That's a sim for third-party viewer devs?
Yes.
That's all
It's
you.
you get a free parcel over there. You can even choose where, and it has like 1,000 prims.
Maybe you should do that. Make a video on how to compile a viewer. I know I would like that.
You don't need-
Then we'll have like a million third-party viewers that are exactly the same.
Well, who knows? They may have that one feature that makes it worth it. But the information would still be nice. I always wanted to learn how to compile viewers, but I just couldn't get it.
Well,
Yeah, it's not easy.
Wikipedia page.
Huh? No. The wiki didn't help me at all. That's why I'm a visual.
Oh, all right, I see.
It's not easy if you're like. There's a lot of different things you got to install.
That's why I just asked the person who
Yeah,
knows
well,
how to
I
do
didn't
it,
have
could they
any
do
idea
it?
when I started too. So I really had to follow the Wikipedia step by step, and there was also one or two problems I couldn't fix. I needed help from a friend to fix these things, but I'm pretty sure that these things are fixed by now, or at least written down somewhere in the Wikipedia page. So that shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Listen, that's exactly why you should do it, because you're be teaching from a standpoint of somebody who had a problem and didn't understand it, and explaining it to other people who like, oh, I don't understand, I've read this, I don't get it. Be like, I was in your shoes, this is how you do it. And then, who knows, you could be training the person who can help you with something, that new mind that can unlock something that you can, you're stuck on. Like I was just so
Compiling the viewer is not
that's
a
what
task.
that's what they said about
the
mesh,
normal
and
user.
you see how it is now. So
Yeah,
it would
everything
be
is
nice.
fucked.
It would be nice. Why not? Why not share it? Unless you're one of those people that's like, I'm gonna keep the information to
No,
myself. because I
like
wanna
seriously,
keep it
every time
special.
I, for some reason, have to reinstall Windows, which happens very rarely now, thankfully. But if I ever have to set everything up again, I would just go by the Wikipedia page, because that's what I did the last 2 times. And
Yeah, I've done it before. You follow. I had some of that stuff installed already.
Allow me to say this, like, seriously, you guys suck, the both of you.
well, it's a lot of things you have to do. Mostly just installing 20 gigabytes of
Right.
SDKs and stuff. And the rest is basically just download the source, install a few more things. Yeah, that's basically it.
All I'm hearing is excuses and suckage.
Thanks.
Actually, it's really easy now. It was a lot harder long ago when I started. especially because I had no fucking idea what I was doing.
I just didn't understand why you needed all that stuff like DirectX SDK and stuff like that when it doesn't use DirectX.
You need the DirectX SDK, I think, for Visual Studio, as well as the one singular time that Second Life actually uses DirectX to detect, what is it, your GPU?
Well, how's it used when it works on Mac and stuff?
Yeah, easy until you get an error. No one knows though. Yeah. Actually, it's even if you got errors, it's sometimes really hard to figure out what the actual problem is, because Visual Studio is not the best telling you what the fuck is wrong with everything.
No.
It sometimes just seemingly randomly tells you, oh, I can't build this for whatever fucking reason because stupid limitations that don't fucking exist. And you're like, oh, okay, so what am I supposed to do? It doesn't really give you any error message or warning or whatsoever. It just says, oh, I couldn't compile this. Oh, yeah, thanks, I couldn't compile this.
You copy that that message and paste it in Google.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then you just get some generic forum things.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have
Someone's had that
talk
problem
about the
before,
next
though.
meeting. You want to save some of this until the next meeting. Then you have
I think there's not
something
going to be a
talk
next
about.
one, is there?
Not next week, but the week after.
This was actually the first content meeting I have been taking part of. Because I always thought they are just as much time waste as the TPV meetings are, and they are a massive time waste. Because, you know, they're...
Well, he's not had anything new to say.
Oh.
Well, still working.
TPV meetings are basically just repeating the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 months.
Yeah, I've watched some of those on YouTube.
And the rest is just random questions that LinLabs doesn't seem to care about, and then if someone actually comes around with a nice idea or does something, a certain kind of people, a group of people, specifically starting with the F letter, usually tend to trash talk you. Holy fuck. Jesus.
Why, they don't like new things, or what?
Yeah, that's the impression I'm getting.
Dude, I totally know how you feel.
But then again, most people seem to not like new things. That seems to be a general thing in Second Life. Really.
Yeah.
No, actually, the thing is, so far, every time I was in one of those TPV meetings, either I've just not said anything, because I didn't have anything useful to say, or when I said anything useful or tried to present any solutions for problems, usually the F team was immediately on its way trash-talking me that everything I say is bullshit and that it's crap and I should burn in hell and it's a typical Niran thing and you should listen to me because I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about and I just want to see the world burn for reasons.
Well, your viewer is a kind of a niche, you know.
If it means
it's not going to be widely adopted, I don't think.
Yeah, but that's for a reason.
Right. But maybe that's probably why they. That's probably why they look at you that way.
That's why they keep ignoring me. Of course. That is the other thing. What I don't like about the F team, because they have, according to the stats, 2/3 of the entire community on their side, but they don't actually use it. They could literally force Linden Labs to do some really good things.
Yeah, they could.
But last time I asked them, why, hey, Jessica, why aren't you, fighting for some good things for change? All she told me was, well, we don't fight fights we cannot win. Yeah, but that's bullshit.
Yeah, they could
How do you
win.
know you can't? How the fuck do you know you can't win them if you don't fight them? Also, what is there that is worth fighting for if you're not fighting for anything?
Yeah, they probably could win.
Yeah, if they obviously did it right.
Right.
Not the way I usually tend to do it and smash in us face. But they could get some things through, not all of them, but certainly some things, because they have like 2/3 of the entire community behind them. So if the community for change said like, "Hey, Linton Labs, we want this because otherwise we're going on a riot," then maybe Linton Labs would actually change their mind about certain things. But no, they're just sitting there and minding their own business and not doing anything. That's that's really sad.
As somebody
I'm
who tried
disappointed
to
about
push
that.
change or something, you're always going to be like, the world would be better if we do this.
I think they would
obviously,
need.
But then
I think
you
they
got
would
too
need
many
something
people.
big to fight it.
Never
But
mind.
there are a lot of things they could fight for that are in fact big, but they don't. I think they are just as scared of Linton Labs as Linton Labs is scared of them.
You think the labs are scared of them?
They are literally scared of each other. Firestorm is scared of Linton Labs doing something with a viewer, maybe even blocking it or some shit, which they obviously don't do. And even if they did, someone else
they would
just
have-
take the viewer and
Yeah, they would have a riot if they blocked Firestorm.
yeah. So and
Almost
the
like
other
the
side
Emerald
is
days.
yeah, and the
Yeah.
other side is Linton Labs is basically scared of Firestorm possibly abusing and or using that power they got to do things Linton Labs maybe don't want to and might be getting backlash from the community for, because they always have to take into account that they might be getting backlash from the community if they fuck up.
Do you
I
remember?
wonder how much they care about that.
I wonder.
As far as I can see, they seem to care a lot about getting shat on by the community, because they always say, "Oh, we don't want to do this because it could potentially break content." And breaking content is literally almost their catchphrase by now, because everything.
I mean, if they break old content, they almost should break some old content.
Yeah, but they don't want to, because people
I
would
know.
be upset about that. Which is, I mean, some people would be upset about it, but to be honest,
Yeah,
your
I'll take
entire
shit.
life exists of getting new stuff and throwing old stuff away because it's either not good enough anymore or because it's broken. I mean, you're doing it all the fucking time.
Right,
You're
who's
getting a-
who's using stuff from 2008 still? Yeah, so
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. They're just too
like that little
scared
Winter
of
Zero.
doing anything. And that is ultimately limiting Second Life.
they don't want to break the mainland that is stuck in like 2007.
Does anyone care about the mainland anymore? Holy shit!
As
It's
a
like
person who lives on the mainland,
Time capsule.
yes,
it's a time capsule.
I live on the mainland.
Well, I wouldn't care.
You damn private estate snobs.
I mean, it's not like they break the mainland as a whole. It's just they would break some things that either A, don't exist anymore, or B, shouldn't exist anymore anyway.
All the hundreds of long abandoned Sims in the mainland.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
are
they
good
could
deals,
save
though.
so much money, which in turn they could use to make certain services much cheaper, like, buying a sim.
Yeah.
So people have more money to buy better hardware, which in turn would,
You
Or
land
to
noobs. Don't
just
y'all know that
spend-
abandoned Sims is the best way to
and
get
then
land
come-
in the mainland?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But why would you want to live in the mainland? It's so laggy.
But it's cheaper and you
I
get
have
more
a
reserve.
I have a parcel on the mainland from a previous account from like 2007, and when I was premium before, and then I had to move abruptly in real life, so I just like couldn't get onto SL for that, and they canceled it for me. When I came back, I checked on my land. Still there. I still use it. I had open res on the land, and it has not been reclaimed or anything. It's still sitting the way
I
it
don't know
was.
if that's sad or just awesome, because I would sad. That just shows how empty and
Yeah, it has reclaimed by them. Now it was deeded to a group, so maybe that's why, I'm not sure. I had a house on there that was on like a reser system that I like kind of knew a back door to, so I could clear it off, and then I just kind of used the little place as a sandbox for probably the first year I was here, and still there, still going. I got some
oh, I remember back.
stuff stored there, but I don't really go there too often anymore. But
They
it's like
added these new
5.
sandboxes, and I went over to the beta server, the Adity server, and claimed a few lands there to use them as my sandbox. Ah, great times.
Yeah.
But a
Yep.
fun
So
note though,
it,
it's to buy abandoned Sims is like the best way because they're like 1L for every meter rather than paying.
oh, is that really?
Yeah, it's 1L a meter.
I wonder why they never like reclaim it and sell it.
That's how I always get my Sims. I like
Because there is a whole like almost a full sim next to that land that I have that is abandoned land, and it's been abandoned land for 6 years now.
because they make you like, okay, say you see a really big sim you want that is abandoned, you file a ticket and you tell them I want to buy this sim, and they're like, okay, so they'll put it on the auction to try to make it fair, but the base price is however big the sim is the prim, and it's 1L per square meter. So so it's cheaper. It's always cheaper to go and buy little parcels or something like that. But the thing about it is, you got people who will go and scoop up 512s. Those are like the most desirable for some reason for the 512L, and then they try to resell it for like 10K. Because when
Does
you're
it sell?
That's very scary.
Only because when you're a premium member, you get a bonus 512 meters.
Right,
in
you
your,
get that for free.
So you would
Yeah, so-
technically will be getting your premium member with a free 512, which you don't have to pay tier on. So people know this.
Right.
That's why they go around and look for tiny like Sims and abandon them and then sell them for double the price, or that's not like that's a lot, but you know what I mean. Like if you look at it, like 512s are like the second most expensive thing next to full Sims.
How much does 512 cost?
Huh?
How much does a 512 cost?
The last one I bought was at least 5K.
Really?
Holy fuck.
So you would make a lot of money if you were one of those people who would go and buy like a full sim and then break it down into 512 sims and then abandon the sims and then put them up for sale and or auction.
No, I don't even want to know how much money the parcel I got over there for free costs Linden Labs over the past 5 years.
Does it have an ocean view?
Parcel.
Doesn't cost that much. Doesn't cost that.
That's really the
Yeah,
selling.
technically it doesn't cost them, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
How much?
What it would have costed me if I actually had to pay for it.
How big is it?
I don't know. Well, let me see.
One of those. That's probably a 512.
It's 2048.
So that's $5, $10. I want to say $15 a month. Plus your
Yeah, probably about that.
$15,
Not bad.
$10 to $15 plus your premium fee.
And that for 12 months, 5 years in a row.
Okay,
Plus,
that's too much math for me.
Well, plus 2 extra years because I had that parcel from before I...
That is about $900.
Amateur.
Wow.
I've been paying Linden Labs, God, how much? $150 to $250 for the past 10
I'm
years.
paying almost 300.
Yeah, we've been doing it for a
But I'm
year.
getting
I've been
it
doing it
for
for
free.
10. Oh, suck it up. Shut up, you. You and your free sim.
It's not a
Hey,
free sim, it's a free parcel, but it's a big one.
That
Pay
is pretty big.
$18K.
Oh, shit. When you
Per
think
week.
about it, how much that is. Oh, money. Nope, I'm not thinking about it. It's my drugs. I need my sim. I would go
Well, I
insane
suppose
if I have to go
I'm
into a sandbox.
Very lucky circle then.
Yes, you
Why
would.
don't you just make friends with somebody who owns a sim and never uses it? There are plenty of them around.
Because I'm very antisocial. I'm a hermit. Damn it, I only come to these meetings.
Yeah, that's me too. Stay on my sim, and it's probably the first place I've
Yeah.
left my.
I know that. I do that a lot too. I have been very antisocial lately. The last 5 years or so since I started developing the viewer. Been just hanging around on my own parcel because, I mean, hey, I got my own parcel. Why shouldn't I
Right.
be there all day?
Exactly.
My mom was like, make fun of me about that. She was like, so you're antisocial in real life because you play a game where you're antisocial in that game. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. It's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Have fun. It could be worse. You could be doing drugs or drinking, so I don't care. Have fun.
Oh, yeah.
I have a sim that a lot of people come to, but I'm usually way up on my platform. I don't see those.
I keep thinking about doing that, opening up my sim so that people could come there and roleplay or learn or something. But then I'm like, they're going to TP up here or they're going to talk to me, and I'm like,
Well,
talk to me.
Well,
Leave me alone,
I can
crazy
give you.
people.
I can give you a security system that will keep them out of there.
I already do that though, Zero. Are you suggesting that I shouldn't be popping in to bother you? At all hours of the night?
I'm like,
If I get,
time to build, and then I just see butt right in front of my screen. Wait.
I get the general public that TPs up to the platform, and within 5 seconds they're back home.
Mm-hmm. People are trying to talk, and then they want to show you their projects, and then they ask for help, and then I'm like, all right, fine, I'll stop building my house. What do you want? You know,
Sometimes I'll just stand up there and I'm in another program anyway. So.
I'm just getting into the whole playing Second Life thing. It's been on vacation. It's been like, I can go shopping. I can make a house and fill it up with stuff. That's cool.
And then what will you do though?
I don't know. Cry because it's like I get to go back home. I built a house based on my old house before I was forced to move. So it's like, oh my god, I'm filling it back up. It looks just like it did before we left. And then
you can do what I do, and you can do what I do and go to the fashion events and look for things you can rip off
Every
and then
time-
make it for furry avatars.
every time I go to the fashion events, I always lag out because there's one lady with like 2 avatars worth of ass that bumps me into a corner or sends me orbiting. And so I really don't like
Oh,
going to
yeah.
those.
The very beautiful
Beautiful.
Yeah.
beautiful woman that you see around places. Yeah.
I try not to like
Yeah.
turn everything down, turn everything low, and then walk around.
Women like this, which tend to hang around sometimes in front of my free parcel and unnecessarily kill my frame rate like fucking crazy for no fucking apparent reason, because that's just how Second Life works. Holy fucking shit.
I asked one of them. I was like, "Can I ask you why you do this? What's the point? I don't understand it. I'm trying to be objective, and I want to know why you do this." And he's like, "Oh, well, because I think that curves are sexy, so I wanted to have the most curves in all of Second Life, and then some glam on top of it." I was like, "Oh." I'm like, "Well, what about the people who are like lagging because your avatar is too much or your attachments are too much?" It's like, "Well, they just can't handle my glam." I was like, "Oh, that's all." I was like, "Well, thank you for pointing that out to me. I had no idea."
Oh, well, usually they tell me that they don't fucking care. But, yeah, that works too, I guess.
You can't. Your computer can't handle their glam. That's why we're laggy.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's my computer that can't handle it.
Yeah.
Sure. Totally. How could I forget that? I mean, isn't it completely obvious that my hardware is not enough to handle her beauty, her everything, her giant ass of doom.
I just can't believe that one just knocked me out of existence. I was like going into the store, and then next thing I know, I was pushed up into a corner. I'm like, "What the hell? Where did my avatar go?" Ugh.
Yeah, people and their fashion sense, or more
Lack
like
of it.
the absence of fashion. Oh,
And then they get
boy.
on me, and they're like, "Well, at least I don't look like a girl who just stepped out of Kansas." I was like, "I am from Kansas." Oh, really? No.
I wonder what these kind of people would say if you showed them an example of someone who made the same type of avatar, but not shit.
It's impossible.
Yeah, that's what they would say. It's impossible. You can't do this.
Maybe that's what I should
Or,
do.
or if you showed them, they would probably say something like, "I don't see a difference."
Does
Yeah,
that have
exactly.
flow?
That's the point. You don't see a difference, but it's 1,000 times better.
Does that avatar have clothes? Is it on the Omega system? Because I don't wear no avatars that ain't on the Omega system.
Yeah.
They were talking about that, my blazing cat. They're like, is this cat's textures on the Omega system? I'm like, no, you can just drag your textures to it. Oh.
Wow, no fucking way.
What's the Omega system? That's some kind of hub.
It's like
It's a texture applier system.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, it
Which
comes
is
with.
kind of obsolete because you could just, edit things if they actually had mod rights.
I'm like, yeah, and it comes with a free texture applier. You just drag your texture to it and then push a button. Oh, okay, so I can do that with my Omega system. Like, no, it's not Omega.
Fuck your Omega system.
Ugh.
And it's super laggy too, because it usually has a fucking million scripts all over the place, and resize scripts, and rotation scripts, and all that kind of
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Things people can do with one script, they do with.
It's a service that is filling an economic niche that doesn't need to be there.
I agree.
Yes, it wouldn't need to be there if they just gave people the permission to edit their shit. But no. You can't give people mod rights because they will steal your stuff.
And it's their
Well, they could
and it's
steal the
their
texture.
right. it's their right to not give you the thing, and if you don't like it,
but you can do that anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else.
I could literally just go to the
go to cache.
Google. Yeah, no, I could just go to Google, Google GL Intercept, put it into my viewer, and then restart the.
You don't have to do that. It's right there in the cache.
Yeah, you just have to
cache viewer.
Make it,
or if you guys
make it readable.
Click on it, and then
Well, the UUIDs are right there. They're all right there. I mean, why they ever store the UUIDs right there in the cache, exactly as they are?
I haven't bothered to test it myself, but somebody told me that the UUIDs it shows in your cache are like a
they're temporary
UUID.
No, they're not. They're exactly as is.
The actual UUID.
Yes, the actual UUID. You can take any one of them and just go to open a script, put.
I guess it's just different from the viewer.
I think we all just don't have any idea what we're talking about, and we're complaining about things we shouldn't be complaining about because
we're
old. Something like that, and you'll see the texture.
We're old, grumpy, confused.
That won't work.
We're all just confused people. We have no fucking idea what we're talking about. We shouldn't be complaining about this absolutely perfectly optimized and super.
Well, nobody thinks that.
Okay, that was maybe a little bit too much. Let's just call it
a useful beacon of Second Life.
Well, it's not optimized. There's no way to optimize.
Nope.
It's not optimized. So not much. At least Second Life is kind of optimized. It's kind of surprising that it actually
as
runs
much as
the way
it
does.
Yeah, as much as it. Well, that's not true because, I once exported my whole sim and then imported it into Unity, copied it 4 or 5 times. I ran 100 frames per second with shadows and everything.
Wow. And that in Unity?
Mm-hmm.
Holy fuck. More like shitnity.
It's fun doing
Unity runs a lot better than SL, though.
Yeah.
But
I took the whole sim and because it was mostly prims. Actually, I think it was all prims at that time.
Yeah, but what I mean is, you have to take into account that Second Life is doing a fuck ton of background stuff all the time.
Yep.
And not just that, it's also the entire rendering beyond the potato mode or the vertex shader-less mode, or pre-windlight or whatever you want to call it. It was basically just an afterthought and was just built on top the already really slow and shitty system and was basically just patched up to run a little bit faster. So again, it's kind of surprising that Second Life can actually run this well if the content is created well enough.
We are going to find
I mean, for the things Second Life does. It could definitely be quite a lot better. You could probably double the performance if you did a shit ton of optimizations. But that's about it. I don't have any hopes that Second Life could be optimized beyond that. And the worst of it is you probably wouldn't notice these double the performance improvements because, shitty content and stuff, and it would just drag down your frame rates again. Because that's how Second Life
I wonder if they'll ever go to Vulkan.
I'm not sure if that would actually help. Actually, it probably wouldn't.
Really?
Not much. It probably wouldn't. Maybe maybe if the stuff that Second Life uses is optimized in a meaningful way, then maybe we would see, like, I don't know, 10 or 15% performance increase on rendering. But again, rendering is not the only thing the Second Life
it's
is doing.
it's the CPU. It's that's the bottleneck.
I think the biggest optimization, the biggest two optimizations would be improving the texture memory usage, as well as the usage of CPUs, because right now Second Life uses not more than 2 cores.
Oh. What's his face was saying that Cajun. He was yelling about
that. He was talking about though. He was talking about the server.
Yeah, but he pretty much said the same thing about the cores.
The thing is, I noticed a lot is people with Intel CPUs have a lot more frames, and I'm not talking about 10 frames more. I'm talking about partly 100 frames and more.
100? Who's getting 100?
I saw someone, I know a blogger who sometimes does reviews of my Viewer 2, and long ago, back in Naren's Viewer, he made a picture of a sim that he got 176 frames. So I went there and replicated his settings and got 13 frames. 13 frames in the same sim.
What?
He got 15 times more frames than me just because he got an Intel.
What graphics card was it though? And comparable graphic cards?
The graphics card was actually the same I used, a GTX 70. So it was really just the CPU.
Just the CPU then.
Wait, how much?
Oh.
What graphics card are you using?
GTX 670.
GTX 670. Oh, okay.
So
that's pretty decent.
The biggest difference between AMD and the Intel CPUs in Second Life is that Intel has this so-called feature hyperthreading, which basically forces the Second Life everything to run in 4 threads instead of just 2, like it usually does. So you're basically doubling the
like virtual CPUs.
You're basically doubling the amount of work you can get done in a certain time frame. That is bearing the overall performance that these 2 cores have. You obviously cannot go beyond what these 2 cores offer, but in this limit of these 2 cores that are available, you basically get the performance of 4 cores, and that is a massive improvement.
Yeah.
And that's where these giant performance differences come from. It's not always like that. There are some Intels that don't have hyperthreading, and there are also some Intels with hyperthreading that don't seem to make a big difference. I don't know exactly where that is coming from, but most Intel CPUs do have a lot more frames than AMD CPUs do. And that is solely for this one particular reason, at least in Second Life. So the thing is, if Second Life were actually to use more threads, or if things were better multi-threaded, Second Life would run a lot better. Especially when doing a lot of things simultaneously.
You know what I always figured? I always figured Second Life was being held back because Will Wright didn't want it to totally annihilate The Sims.
No. What?
You know he was in charge of Second Life for a while. Probably.
I don't even know who Will Wright is.
What the hell, Gab? How are you on the internet? Get out! He's the creator of The Sims. He was in charge of Second Life for a few years.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't him. It was. That wasn't his name.
It is too.
It wasn't. Well, it wasn't the guy in charge of SL.
Yeah, hang on, I'm gonna find the article. Give me a minute. Will Wright, Second Life.
Will Wright? No. Will Wright
No.
was the creator of Spore. That's and
Spore-
Sims.
and
That's
he's-
someone
Oh my god! Hang on, shut up. Let me smack.
That's a completely different guy.
So there's a different
Rod Humble.
Yeah, Rod Humble
Let me
and Phil something, I think.
let me give you the line.
Philip.
Philip, yeah, Philip.
Yeah. No, he's been gone a long time now.
Philip Rosedale. There we
Yeah,
go.
but,
Philip
yeah.
Rosedale.
He's been gone
There, you nerds.
a long time.
It was all over gaming news. Like, Will Wright joined Second Life. He's on the board of directors and
He
stuff.
wasn't CEO. Oh, board of
There's
directors.
never been a time where Second Life has been in the front page news in the gaming world.
It was because of him. I follow some news, so it
I
was
never
everywhere.
saw Will Wright joining Second Life.
He did it.
Board of directors. Yeah, board of directors. You don't see those guys. I don't know
I
how much
must have
they.
totally missed that. And to be honest, it really didn't seem to make any difference. Because, well, we didn't see any effects of...
I think Rod Humble worked on The Sims also.
Right. But I'm just saying, it would make more sense when you think of it that way. Here's a guy who also has a 3D social interactive game. It may not be online.
Yeah, but The Sims is way different than SL.
Yeah, but people were leaving Sims to play Second Life. At least that's how I came to here.
What?
Yeah, I used to be really heavy into The Sims, and then I saw that lying CSI episode, and I was all like, hey, it's The Sims online,
I
and I
remember
can
that.
create stuff and have sex? Not woohoo, but sex? So of course,
There
I'm
was
joining.
also a CSI episode where they showed furries in fursuits.
Let's not talk about that episode. So,
Oh yeah, I remember that episode.
so but
That was
would it
completely
be too
fucked up.
much of
Yeah, with yipping and
Is this a raid? Anyway, that aside, would it be too much of a stretch to say that maybe one of the board of directors has a conflict of interest and was like, let's not make this like something
No,
there, considering that
performance
he was
issues
raid-
was around way long before him.
But he came
Yeah.
around the time when everything started changing and all those weird policy things kicked in.
Well, that was probably more Rod Humble than the board of directors.
Alright, you got your theories, I got mine. But I'm just saying,
Also-
it would make sense where you can, here's a free game that can pretty much do everything that The Sims can do, and it's being held back while The Sims is constantly evolving. Just saying.
Sims is a game, though.
Yeah,
It's
but you think that a kid, a middle-aged mom or a stay-at-home mom is like, oh, well, here's one that's free, and I can make a character and then have her do this and talk to real people, versus this one I gotta pay $50 for and I get to have a baby.
Land on a sim that has flying dicks. And,
Right.
But
lots
they
of,
don't see
people
that. They
sexing
like the
I
shopping
see
and the
that.
making the avatars and
You
stuff
see
like
that
that.
as soon as you come into SL.
Oh, forget it.
You know, the first time I joined Second Life, I was literally thrown into Sims over Sims over Sim. Was just lots of sex and pornography and it was
Lots of
just
dick.
horrible. I'm pretty happy that it has changed since then.
If you didn't see a dick in your first 5, maybe 10 minutes,
You're pretty lucky, yeah.
Oh, I guess I was lucky. I didn't see my first like digital wang until like day 3 when I got
Wow.
when I accidentally teleported into a club.
usually at those like noob hubs or whatever they're called.
It was classier back then.
Yeah, long ago we had these AFK Linton things where you sit on and gain Lintons.
Oh yeah,
That's
the,
camping.
That's how I earned my first 10 Lintons.
me too. Yeah, me too.
I got mine. I got mine from the free house. You know what is that? Inky Dinks.
Money
Keep
Tree?
things free. No, not the Money Tree. It's a store that has nothing but free and dollar stuff. So they would give
the Money
you.
Tree.
But I remember
the
Money
house.
Tree.
Yeah, the Money Tree. Oh.
What happened to Money
That
Trees?
Oh, I love the Money Tree.
Oh! Remember the anti-AFK orbs to keep you
Yes.
from getting signed out?
Oh boy. The good old times.
Yeah.
Lucky chairs.
Oh yes, the lucky
Oh,
chair.
Lucky Chairs are still around.
No, I haven't seen a
Yeah,
Lucky
but
chair
they
in
don't give
years.
money.
What? No, they're not money, but they
But
give
some
products.
items. Yeah. And then Midnight
Yeah.
Mania, that hit. I remember that crap.
Yeah.
Mostly just crap, but yeah.
Well, wait, Midnight Manias were fun
Uh,
until you would get there and somehow the board glitched out and they were like, oh, well, no, you weren't on the list.
I think Midnight Mania things are still around too.
Oh, remember when
What's
Hunt?
Midnight Mania?
Where the hell have you been?
Midnight-
Gab?
Midnight Mania is like a thing where you go to their sim and
So people
I forget how it works.
Okay, so Midnight Manias work like this. The store has an item. It can be like a dress that's only this one color because it's exclusive to Midnight Mania. They say you have to teleport in an X amount of people and have them touch this board. And by midnight, if we reach the goal of X amount of people, then you get the item. Everybody who touched the item gets the board gets the item. So everybody would be TPing, please come in, we need one more hit. One more hit! And then if you didn't reach they'll send you a message out like, oh, sorry, we didn't get the target. Maybe tomorrow. And you had to
That
wait.
sounds retarded.
Yeah,
it's good,
it was fun, but
I mean,
it was really good advertising for your store because people were coming in to
Yeah.
smack the board and then look around and be like, oh, hey.
Right.
It was fun.
Increases your traffic and it brings in a bunch of new people.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good marketing actually.
It was. You should bring those back. That was fun. Oh, remember when hunts were a thing?
Hunts are still around.
Yeah, they're still around.
But they're not as
But
fun as
most
they
people
used
just
to be. They cheat now. They've got a list
Yeah,
they can
that's
go.
because people just cheat with the object lists and just search for whatever they're looking for.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things that like really gave my sim in my store a boost was being the first stop on a hunt that someone set up, and it was like supposed to start at like midnight, and like as soon as midnight hit, man, the people that started just TPing in, I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah, that's how my store boomed back in the day. It was number 23.
I should do that with my parcel, and then when people come onto the parcel, I'm like, boo, have some dicks.
You're the worst. I used to put my
And then
stuff
just-
inside an item, so it would be like objects. So even if they did search for it, it would just be like inside that thing. It's like, yay, cheat the system. Of course, they have like the list. Oh, it's right there. Teleport in front of it, which killed the fun.
The one that I was part of, they got a list of places to go, and they got that list from me. So
I started using the fucking area search on hunts because I got tired of like spending 20 minutes looking for an object and it to be complete garbage.
yeah,
What was the fun of the hunt?
the SL14B they had just a while ago. They had a hunt, and I did a lot of that hunt. I did it mostly through area search, and all the stuff I got from there was
Shame on all of
crap. It was
Am I
all
the only
crap
one-
though.
Yeah, still, am I the only one doing it without area search? Shame on you.
I drove them without
Wait.
area search.
Let us cross our arms and turn our noses up at them together. Mm-hmm. Shame.
Well, they could have named the item differently. I mean,
That's what I would do.
Yeah. They could, but they don't.
No, they don't.
Because they're stupid.
Right.
When I participated in Twisted Hunt last year, they actually had a setup so that it would change the name of the object every, like, half an hour.
Oh, there you go. That's a good idea.
Or not semi-random. It would look at the names of other objects in the area and then just, like, scramble words in them together. So that it
Call
would,
it out. Just call it out. Half the things around are going to be called that.
That's actually an interesting idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So we done now. We are now going into 5 hours.
you are not required to record this.
Yeah,
You can be done anytime.
yeah, but every time I feel like I'm gonna stop, something interesting might happen. I'm like, damn, why didn't I get that?
That's what you. That's why you get shadow play for.
Yeah, there you go.
What
You
happened?
can just record the last 5 or 10 minutes or something. Let me just see. It's something like that. Insta replay. Is it Insta replay? It's the last 20 minutes. Wow, you can save the last 20 minutes. So there's that.
Hmm. 5 hours. Did anything even funny even happen this week?
So, by the way, we're just getting started.
Oh, for
We're
fuck!
going for the 10. We're going for the 10-hour mark.
I always thought a 10-hour video for me to upload on YouTube would be a loop of something. You know, like the dad dancing from, what's that show? Gumball? The Adventures of Gumball. Oh, 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 oh.
So what you need to do is take this recording of the meeting, upload it, and then make another video of yourself watching that video and upload that.
It's been
Reaction.
done.
Or I'll just get my dick out, make it do the helicopter, and you make a loop out of that. How's that?
It's been done.
Aww. Wait, you uploaded a 10-hour loop of a Flappy Dig doing the helicopter for 10 hours?
No, somebody else did that, so it's been done.
I thought that's not allowed on YouTube. I mean, I don't really care because, you know, I upload videos with boobies and vaginas and dicks showing too, but still.
Oh, it's not.
You could say it's furry genitals, so no one cares about that.
Mugen hentai
Yeah.
mods, that's fun.
Yeah, nobody cares about 12 drooling dicks coming out of people's eyeballs.
Ew.
As long as it's attached to a furry.
No, it's like
I'm not.
oh, no,
I'm
that's
not joking.
medical.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I have tested this. Well, I have kind of tested this. I couldn't fully test this because I don't have human avatars, but I would assume that if I had a human avatar, it would be completely different.